The audio is coming through now, right? Test 1 2. Sorry, everything got I think it's because I installed that new software. Everything got reset. Okay. According to Streamlabs, it should be coming through now. So there was a delay. It should be coming through now. Oh, you can hear the audio. Hi everyone. Hi Vinmac. Hi Dankman. Okay, whilst that's going on, I'm just going to drop that we are live. First of all, in here, I always forget to post it on here. No one will. Thanks for reminding me, Mouse. Oh yeah, by the way, everyone, thanks for coming out to the pre-show. And now we're going to start the main show. So everyone hop over to YouTube. Here's the thing, come to YouTube. Come to YouTube. Bye, see you in a sec. Hello, everyone. Oh, Streamlabs, you turned up, thank you. J2, Mario DK, Mario, you're here. Oh wait, I'm getting a double audio. So let me turn it off. But I'm coming through. 1 2 1 2, loud and clear. If I'm quiet, please let me know. Thank Vinimap Jago. Thank you for turning up. Yes, please hit that like button. Don't forget. Hit the like button. Thank you. Hit the like button. I should be. Where's this thing? I'm at work, so I'm mostly in chat. No worry, Mario. No worries. Okay, let's get started. Oh, there we go. Everything's working as it should. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another live show. Game Corner Shop Live. Not sure what we're calling it exactly. Game Corner Shop Live. I don't know. But welcome. We had a packed week of news, of gaming news. I'm going to turn this down. Hopefully this isn't too loud in your ear holes. When I listened back to the stream last time, I thought it was too loud. I actually thought it was too loud. So yes, this week we did have the PlayStation Showcase, the long-awaited PlayStation Showcase, which unfortunately didn't live up to the hype. And a lot of people were feeling a bit disappointed with the showcase, so we're going to get into that. We have the Famitsu sales, which includes, we get to look at how Tears of the Kingdom did in its second week in Japan, and some other interesting stuff with that. And along with the PlayStation Showcase came a whole plethora of announcements, including that rumoured handheld cloud streaming device. We're going to get into that, and some various games that were announced, including one that looks eerily like Splatoon called Foamstars from Square Enix. So we have to ask the question, is it an L or is it a W? Spoiler alert, it's probably an L, but we'll wait and see. Jumping the gun a bit. We'll wait and see. We've got to see the gameplay of that game. And another small story, if we've got time. I feel like we never have time to cover all these topics. But another small story is concerning Live and some information that Square Enix put out. The producer, Tokita, had something to say about the sales and the possibility of a Live sequel. So we'll get into that as well. Mario DK says the PS Showcase and the Famitsu PS5 sales, or lack of them, come right after that Jim Ryan Famitsu. The Jim Ryan Famitsu interview is hilarious timing. It is, but it's inevitable that the chart is going that way. We're gonna get into that, and the sales of PlayStation software is atrocious, and I feel cannot be explained away by being mostly digital. And as I explained, Japan it's not mostly digital there. It just isn't. You know, we looked before, like, we don't have giant ass stores completely chock full of PlayStation physical games. If it was just all digital there, the retailers wouldn't stock them in there. But you know, maybe the retailers will start thinking twice and cut back. Some of them have cut back a little bit, and obviously the Switch Switch sales areas are the biggest in the stores, which is understandable. But yes, that comes right after that. Also, I found a small clip. I was listening to Jeff Grubb's show earlier today, and there's a small clip of him talking about the situation of PlayStation in Japan, and basically reiterating what I have been saying for the past 3 years. So we're going to play that little clip too. But now, last time it seemed like people wanted the lo-fi to continue to play, Is that still the case? Would you still like lo-fi? I don't know how it sounds on the thing. Is it too loud or is it okay? Hopefully it's fine. Unfortunately, there is a, when I have people come into the calls, I've worked out there is a way for you to hear what I'm hearing. And I downloaded the software to do it, but it's a learning curve. So unfortunately, I haven't had time to learn how to use the software. I downloaded it all. So hopefully get that set for next time, or probably what I'll do like a community stream like we did that midweek stream last time, and we'll do like a test and I'll test it out with you know, some people to give me some feedback on how it sounds and everything. So that's probably what we'll do. So let's take a look at these Famitsu sales which I've here. See, I feel like this is too loud for me. I have to turn my own thing down. Hang on, where's the sorry, I just need to get into my my system settings. I don't know why it sounds so loud. Okay, I put the wrong input in. Okay. I had the wrong input. So I have to turn down my master volume a little bit. So, because I thought it was like too loud for me. I have to be able to concentrate. So let's get into these sales right here. I've got some useful sources for us to check out. First, we've got to talk about Tears of the Kingdom second week sales. I've made this nice and big so you can all see. I'll even convert it to English with the Google Translate. So let's go through the top 10 and then we'll get into the hardware sales. Oh yeah, I forgot, I need to pop out the chat. Pop out the chat. Hi Timur, welcome! This is why I need the chat popped out, because I don't know who's here and who's not. I'll pop out the chat, pop out. Okay. Chat, pop out. So, still at the top of the chart in Japan, the second week of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom sold 247,000. So that's down from last week's over 1 million. It was like 1.12 million or something. So that is actually a pretty good second week drop. For these games, or most games on average, you're going to get like an 80% drop, something like that. And that's pretty normal. That's like every game, just everywhere is like that. But if we look here quickly, we can see that it's 78%. So that's pretty good. It's not bad. You know, just below kind of like average-ish there. This is small as well, isn't it? So I've forgotten to enlarge this so you can all see it. I know it does come up small on the thing. I was meant to close all these tabs down, but anyway. So 78% is not too bad. So that's 78% is why we have this 247,000, which is still a lot, because there are a lot of games that could only dream of having that for their first week sales, 247,000. Okay, there's a lot of games that would kill to have that for their first week sales. So for second week sales, that's amazing. And don't forget, this is Zelda, which the history of Zelda in Japan is that it hasn't been a giant seller. This is the first time you've seen this game selling like Dragon Quest numbers, basically. Once we got when we had the 3-day sales from Nintendo, it was 2.25 million, including digital, in Japan, which is like, we're looking at Dragon Quest type numbers, right? So that's very impressive. So let's look at the rest of those. Now this chart's going to be very interesting, okay? So buckle up. Number 2, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, 8.2 thousand. Number 3, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, 7.5 thousand, which I feel like is notable because the sequel to this game is number 1, and this game, after 6 years, how long ago did Breath of the Wild come out? 6+ years? It's number 3. It's number goddamn 3 in Japan. Now apparently, well, not apparently, I've seen it on the eShop in Japan. It's number 2, and Tears of the Kingdom is number 1 on the eShop in Japan. And we all know that Nintendo's been pushing the vouchers. That's their catalog ticket program, where you can get 2 games with a pretty generous discount considering the price of these games. And don't forget, in Japan, the price of the game didn't rise much because the Japanese prices all over the place anyway, and it was Breath of the Wild was almost the same price anyway. So Breath of the Wild, you can see here, these are the retail prices here. So it was Breath of the Wild 9,980 yen, and then Tears of the Kingdom is 7,200 yen. So only a couple of pounds more. As you can see, like something like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is only 5,980 yen. That's just how pricing works in Japan. They don't have set standard pricing. So there you go. Number 4, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, 5.5 thousand. Number 5, Minecraft, 5.5 thousand. Well, it's obviously a little bit more, 5,507. Number 6, Kirby Return to Dreamland Deluxe. I'm sorry, I always get thrown off because of first of all, it's the Japanese name, and then it's called something completely different in Japan. Anyway, whatever. 5.3 thousand. Number 7, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, 4.6 thousand. Number 8, Splatoon 3, 4.6 thousand, or 4. I'm rounding these up, okay? Because if I read out everything, it's going to take too long. I'm rounding these. Okay. Number 9, Mega Man. What's it called? Battle Network Collection. This is throwing me off, these names. 4.5 thousand. Number 10, Nintendo Switch Sports, 3.4 thousand. Now, I normally will talk about the top 10, to say all the whole top 10, and we look at the rest in a little bit more detail. I'm not going to read them all out because it's kind of boring, right? Just me reading out numbers, reading out games. So let's look into them a bit more and see what is actually here in this chart. You notice there's only one new release this week. So, and that's here at number 13. This is from Idea Factory. It's an Otomo game called Wonder Fortune R for Nintendo Switch. As the name implies, this is a port from, I think it was a Vita game, or I'm not sure what platform it's from, but it's a port of an older game. The sales for this are pretty low, 2,518, and that's often the case for a lot of these old ports. I mean, the Otomo market is pretty niche anyway. There's a consistent demand, but it's fairly small. Time, what's up with the time? Mouse here. I'm sorry, mouse is just like time. What's up with the time? Did you see my Pokemon tweet? I did see your Pokemon tweet, Timor. My Mario DK says my thoughts on the top 30 this week are on I being the MC show. Oh, do you mean to I'll bring it up then. I did see your tweet, Timor. If we have time, we'll talk about that. Hi, Mousy. Mario DK also says Zelda's literally only under Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy, Pokemon and Splatoon launches. Indeed. I'm sorry if the if you find the Streamlabs is coming up a bit often. I haven't like fine-tuned it exactly, but that's just so that people always have the link to the Discord to call in when we get into the call-in portion of the show. Yeah, if you want me to, Mario, I'll go over your thoughts. Yeah, there were, oh my god, I posted something in there and a few other people, and it just started a whole big long, obviously the song and dance we go, I mean, you know, Mario, the song and dance we go through every goddamn week when we see the sales. Like, why are these PlayStation software sales so low when the hardware selling is not that crazy high? What was it this week? It was over 40,000. Was it over 40,000? It was around 40,000. It's not crazy high, but like, are people just buying this hardware with like almost no software? We're gonna get into that. I'm gonna get into the numbers. Just buckle up, Mario. We've got a while. Mousie's messaging me. Or she's putting a message somewhere. I need to see what she's saying. 1 second. Mousie, what is it? Where did you type that? In the live chat? Time. Wait. Sorry. Question mark. It's gamer time. Ignore Jago. Jago is just ignore Jago, Mousy. I don't know what Jago's talking about. Jago's always talking about goddamn Xenoblade and cat girls. Just ignore Jago. Don't worry about what Jago is saying, Mousy. We're not here for cat girls. Okay, so that was the only new release this week. As I said, this is a port of an older game. Didn't sell that well, but I don't know what you can expect from like a years and years old port of a niche Otome game. I don't know, but yeah, that's what it sold. It's not a new game. So let's look through the rest of these. And I see there's a pattern to these games that we're seeing in the charts. That almost all of them are Switch, and it's quite a few Mario games. As we know, they're Mario games were boosted up because of the Mario movie, which launched later in Japan than other parts of the world. And I think there may have been various, I don't know if there was like special offers or something, because like why all these Mario games are in the chart. But one thing I'd like to discuss is when we get to the bottom of the chart here. Now the game at the bottom of the chart, number 30, this is Resident Evil 4 Remake on the PlayStation 4. It's a PlayStation 4 version of this game. 1,027. Right? You got that number in your mind? 1,027. 1,027 was the barrier of entry for a physical game to enter this chart. 1,027. And not a single PlayStation 5 game managed to get past that barrier at all. I think there's only 2 PS4 games, is it? Hogwarts Legacy, the PlayStation 4 version, which released, I think it's a couple of weeks back, with 2,929. I think it's just those 2. Let me have a look. Yeah. I'm not seeing any others, it's just those 2. So that was the barrier of entry. The barrier of entry for the top 10, because they had number 10, Nintendo Switch Sports, 3,422. So not a single PlayStation game managed to get into the top 10. And the barrier of entry to get into the bottom of the chart was extremely, in my opinion, it's kind of, the sales are kind of, this is a kind of lower week just because we're getting off the couple of weeks outside of Golden Week. It's a bit lower, so yeah, this is kind of concerning to say the least. Dank Moonsen says the data ain't adding up for the hardware to software ratio. It absolutely is not. We can talk about that hardware to software ratio. Firstly, we're going to ignore the fact that I have not got the right tweet open. I am aware of that, but don't worry, we're going to fix that right now. I do not have the right tweet open. Just ignore that. Ignore. Oh, don't forget to retweet this. Look, I see hardly any retweets. Please retweet and tweet this out. Go onto my thing and retweet that we're live. Did you see my tweet? I put this here. Oh, someone replied. I was like, because they announced these Nendoroids, right? These Hollow Knight Nendoroids, and I put, this is the closest you're getting to Silksong this year, and you're gonna like it. I was just being cheeky. I was just being, they're cute Nendoroids. They're nice. So I don't know how to pronounce this person's name. Einhard, Team Coachella says, Jodie, you're wrong for this. With a crying emoji. Okay, so this person got the joke. This person understood that. Yeah. I'm like, well, they showed they're shipping Nendoroids, but like, where's the game? Anyway, I thought that was funny. Okay, so here's the numbers. Hardware numbers. I'm gonna enlarge this a little. Okay. So my comments on this were that Switch grew a little week over week, which it did, showing strong sales for such an old system. PlayStation 5 has dropped, but there are not any significant releases for it until Final Fantasy 16. Considering there's no PlayStation, considering there's no PlayStation software in the top 10, 37k is a lot. I mean, how much hardware sold to 37k? Some of these PlayStation 5s have got to be being exported. That's my opinion. That last part's my opinion. So this week, 86,000 Nintendo Switches sold. The vast majority of those are the OLEDs. So 69,000. Apparently, according to Chris on Install Base Forum, seems to be like a shortage of the Zelda OLED, the ZOLED as we call it. So there's maybe a shortage of that model, which you can understand that a lot of people are after that one, and I don't think it's been fully restocked yet. I think is the issue with that. But regardless, even though that particular model has had stock issues, I think the other models are okay. So that's why we got the 69,000. Great number, obviously. We had 5,000 5.8 thousand lights, Switch lights, and regular, the version 2 Switch is 11,000. So always, I think, pretty much since the OLED came out, the OLED's like always led the chart when it comes to the breakdown of Switches. I just had a comment here. Hang on. J2 Blue says the Nendoroid will be out before Silksong. It will. I don't know if they gave a date for that Nendoroid, but like, yeah, actually, I mean, like, joking aside, it actually probably will. I'm gonna be honest with you, it actually probably will. Because you got to imagine that Nendoroid's coming out this year, and we know we're gonna hear about the game later this year. But I actually don't think it's gonna release this year. I'm gonna be honest. I don't. Okay, so let's move on to the PlayStation 5. Oh no, wait, hold on, let me just quick. So yeah, there was Nintendo Switch was 86.6 thousand this week, and then last week it was 83,000. So it's grown a tiny bit there. So PlayStation 5 sold 37,000. This is where the issues come in, and we can discuss this. And last week it was 41,000, 41.4 thousand. So it's dropped a tiny bit, right? But the software is the issue, and then we're going to look at the software to hardware ratio, which is concerning. PlayStation 4 is 880, which is pretty close to last week. Xbox, I think Xbox is dead in Japan, and I've said this before. This has been like weeks or months now of these low numbers. You can even see even last year, it was like, this time last year it was 7,000. So this is when the PlayStation 5 was in very short supplies. We see there was only 14,000 PlayStation 5s being sold this time last year, right? So it was doing almost half. It's like 50%. Oh, it's great. Oh, it's right. People, oh, it's going in Japan. It's doing great. And that's been months of these low numbers of like, you know, maybe 1,000 hovering around there, bit more, bit less. But now it's dropped right down to these low numbers in 3 digits. Okay, so let's quickly look at the breakdown here. I did a PlayStation 5 one, did I? Let's do this quickly. The Series X is 146. The Series S is 116. I don't know what's up with these numbers. Like, I don't think there's a supply issue of Xboxes in Japan. I think this is the true demand now that we're seeing, to be honest with you, is what I think it is. So PlayStation 5, I forgot to do the breakdown. So with the PlayStation 5, of those 37,000 PlayStation 5s that sold, 32,000 of them are the one with the disc drive, right? So bear that in mind. The one with the disc drive is the one that by far is selling the most. On average, and someone in store-based worked this out, I've forgotten who it was, so I can't give them credit right now, but someone worked out that on average it's like around 15% of the PlayStation 5 sales are the digital version, right? So you can see right here it was 4,600 this week, right? 32,000. So it raises the question for the people that are proposing this all digital theory, what's going on with PlayStation 5 in Japan. Why are people who only want to play digital games spending the extra, what would be $100 but it's like way more in yen, to get this version with a disc drive? If they just play, if all they're doing is playing Genshin Impact and Apex Legends, why are they getting this? Why spend that extra money on that? It's the question that I want to know the answer to. I have not had a satisfactory answer to it yet. Mousy says maybe they're using the consoles to create Bitcoin empire. Bwahahaha. How are they? I say how they're doing that, but there was you can't do it. You can't use it to create Bitcoin. But there was this story like maybe a year ago of there was someone that was using. They had a whole bunch of PlayStation 4s in a warehouse somewhere in like in maybe Eastern Europe or somewhere in Europe, and they had set up bots for the FIFA Ultimate Team to like kind of like mine, not like mine like crypto mine, but to bots that could collect the cards, that would get the cards, and they got caught because they had jacked into like the national power grid and they weren't paying for the electricity. And then when the police busted it down, it was full of PlayStation 4s and also PCs. I don't know if anyone remembers that story. It was a while back now. They were gaming the system hard. The FIFA Ultimate Team. Now we've looked at those numbers, I want to look at it a bit more closely. This is Niche Barrier. Fantastic site. I always use this. Recommend the site. Who's running this site? I don't know. Someone tell me, please. Thank this person who's running this site, because it's an excellent site. So we have this week's Famitsu sales here with our sole new entry. So I said it's Wand of Fortune R for Nintendo Switch. Now, what I like about Niche Barrier is that they have this kind of like a little software chart that's generated every week, so we can see the software sales and what proportion was on what platform. And when you actually see it like this, it's like really stark. Now we did have a big release this week in Tears of the Kingdom, but on average, like Switch software is like 80 to 90% of the software in Japan. Is wild. Oh, my speaking voice is a little low. Not the volume, but my voice. My voice is low. Thank you for telling me. Let me put the gain up a little bit. Put 1 second. It's actually pretty difficult for me to project my voice due to my this condition I've got called Shogun syndrome. So I'm actually trying. I have been trying a little bit to project my voice. Apologies if I've not been doing it enough. I'm gonna put the gain up a little bit. Let me check on stream. 1 2 1 2. I'm gonna turn the gain up a little bit. Sorry if you can hear noise from me banging the microphone. Maybe I've got the wrong, like, I'll put this other pattern on here. Sorry for the loud noise. 1 2, check 1 2. So I'm getting up into red bars now, Vinnie Mac. It's like I'm actually on the thing. I'm getting up to red bars. You retweeted. Thank you very much, Timor. Okay, thanks, Vinny. Mario DK says impressive PS5 hardware sales. Great, but in quotation marks. Great hardware pit. Right, here's the thing, right? You see what you're saying, DK, Mario DK. And I feel like I'm getting too loud now, so I can see myself hitting red bars. If it's too loud, can someone let me know? Because I can see that I'm hitting red bars, and I'm not happy about that. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Right, so some of the comments in the install base were like, that's what you put there in quotation marks, and I saw them, and I was like, only the reason I haven't put much comments on there today, right, because I literally didn't have time, but I was hitting the, quote, I was gonna write more, but I just didn't have time to say what I wanted to say, and I was like, I don't know, man, it's wild to me how anyone can think like that it's good. It's like I'm like, no, this is terrible. Why are you just talking about the hardware? Great hold, and the hold isn't good it's not even that good anyway. It's okay, but your good decibel range, thank you. Yeah, I have to be careful because I can't it is difficult for me to pretend my voice. I can't really shout loudly or anything because this goddamn Shogun syndrome I've got, which is kind of it's profoundly affected my life, this Shogun syndrome, unfortunately. But I still want to try and do fun things in my life like this show, so let's try and continue. So when you look at this software chart like that, it's wild. As I said, Switch is 80 to 90% of the market. Now what is really good and what I'm looking forward to is that apparently this weekend we're going to get the Media Create Top 1000 for 2022. So that's going to tell us the state of things last year. And I always look forward to seeing that every year. So apparently that's this weekend. So look out for that. I'll probably talk about it on Twitter as well. So when we look at the software here, normally it's pretty high, but because Tears of the Kingdoms came out, when you average it out and you work it out like this, it's like Switch was 99% of all software sales in Japan. Alright? Switch was 99%. It's not good. It's not good. It's for the PlayStation. Right, so this week 331,925 software sold, of which 327,969 were Switch. Only 3,956 were PlayStation. That was PlayStation 4, as we discussed. No PlayStation 5 software. So when you do the maths on that, it works out as 1% for PlayStation. Which isn't good, obviously. So that's what we're looking at when you actually look at. Now I haven't you know, like worked out that this is the percentage of software of what's on platform. I haven't worked out the tie ratio, but you can briefly kind of look at, say, okay, so it was 30, was it 30? Let me check again, hang on. It was, oh my god, where is this gone? So 37,000 PlayStation 5s, 32,000 were the disc versions. Let's go by that. If 32,000 were the disc version of it, right? But then when we look at the software, it's 3,956. So like 10%, like just, I know it's not exact, but like just over 10% of people who are getting a new PlayStation 5 are buying a game. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right at all. And so what I need an explanation for is like, why is this only happening in Japan? Because people bring up things like free-to-play games and all this type of stuff. I'm like, okay, but all of that stuff is available worldwide. Why is this only happening in Japan? Like, I've just never heard any explanation for this. But because of this software, because of this extraordinary situation, the sales community is kind of like, it obviously people go into this every week when this comes up. This week is even worse than normal. Jago said PlayStation is in the gutter and it's Sony's fault. I mean, I do lay the blame at Sony for they've made various business decisions, I think, that has basically, I would say, sped up something that was happening anyway, because it's not like this wasn't happening anyway. Like, PlayStation's market share hadn't dropped a lot anyway, but various decisions that Sony has made has accelerated it. So, for example, them deciding they're not publishing or funding like the kind of smaller type of games that they used to before, from both first party and third party. They used to do a lot of them. When you look at PS1 and PS2, I've been through this before with Japan studios. Like, they didn't just like, oh my god, I have to look this up now. Look what I'm doing. We're doing it live. Doing it live. Okay, Japan Studio, now defunct. But if we look, this is their list of their software that they didn't make. If you look, the list of software is substantial. So obviously they didn't develop all these games, right? So it's like either they had a hand in the development or they were publishing them. And you see there's tons more than they, like, it could have been possibly one studio. So have all of this in 1 year. Obviously it wasn't all from them. It wasn't all internal studios. But it was, look how many different games they were coming out with. Look, tons. This is through the 90s, sort of, when this is what they were doing back then. Right? Look, tons. Look what they were doing all through the 90s, early 2000s. Absolutely tons of software. Right? Oh, this Boku no Natsuyasumi. This the guy who Millennium Kitchen. I looked this up recently. Yeah, Sony didn't want to make any more of these, so they went off and they made that Shin-chan one, and then they've got a new one coming out called Natsumon, which is basically the same thing. It's Boku no Natsuyasumi, but with a different name, basically. But anyway, look at all this. Look at all these different things they would make and publish through the 2000s, 2001, tons. So it's not just the things you think that I like Ape Escape. It's all this other stuff as well that they, you know, there's another Boku Natsuyasumi. the second one. So, tons. This is what they did for Japan back then. So I just like when people get handed, it wasn't just a little bit of software, it was absolutely tons of it. What they used to do. Both in making, publishing. I see some of these, like this PSP was there at this point. So now I didn't want you to, I'm gonna go through them. I want you to see what happens. So we're already into like 2008. So now's the PlayStation 3's around. So it's PlayStation 3 plus the PlayStation Portable, right? 2008. So I want you to see what happened here. So in 2009 now. Still a fair bit. 2010. Okay, we're still developing for the PSP and the PlayStation 3. And 2011, you can see already it's cut right down. Already, it just dropped dramatically already. 2011, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These weren't all alternately developed. I believe this was level 5. Was it level 5? I think so. It says by Japanese Studio, but I'm sure level 5 did. Was it not that? Oh, anyway, they did some games. So anyway, and then see what's happened. 2012, 4 games. 2013, 4. 2014, 5. 2015, 1. Bloodborne, which is obviously developed with From Software. 2016, 2. 2017 there was quite a few, but these are like these all like some of these are re-releases, right? Oh, that's a re-release. Well, some of these aren't. Last Guardian VR demo. Yeah, and this is just when it all went downhill. So they brought some things back. Looks like they tried to bring a few things back, but or some of these maybe, yeah, okay, so this was released on the PSP. Some of these were re-releases. 2018, just Shadow of the Colossus, which is a remake by Bluepoint, which they had a hand in that. Then this I don't know how to pronounce this. Anyway, this is a From Software VR game. No Heroes Allowed. That was just on Android. It was a mobile game. 2019, Everybody's Golf VR. Monkey King Hero is back. Hang on, this is a film. What? It says that's a film. What? Maybe there's just some ambiguation with a different. It says that's a film. That's weird. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know why that's in there. It says it's a film. Then 2020, Patapon 2. Ghost of Tsushima, which I guess they must have had a hand in, because that's Sucker Punch, but they must have had development support with it. Demon Souls, which was Bluepoint, and that's the last game. Apart from, if you count Team Asobi, I guess they've done it like this. Team Asobi, they've put the former teams on here. Team Asobi, Team Ico, or Eco, I guess it would be. Eco? Eco. Project Siren. Yeah. So, ViniMac asked an interesting question. How many of these Japanese-centric video games, how many of those Japanese-centric video games would thrive in today's Sony market? I think some of them would. Obviously not all of them, because not all games do. But some of them would. Like, for example, so Team Eco, so Gen Design has now gone off. Gen Design still exists, right? And they like the main, what's the main guy? Ueda? Is that the guy's name? The main dude over there. So they're developing their next game, but they're doing it under Epic. I think Epic is publishing it. So we'll have to see about that game. For example, I already talked about Millennium Kitchen, right? You say, what would their games do? How do you spell Millennium? Someone tell me. Oh my god. Why do we have to have a stupid word like that? Dumb. Right, Millennium Kitchen. Okay, so we talked about them. They make the Boku no Natsuyasumi games that were placed. That is a PlayStation IP, okay? That is a PlayStation IP. All of these ones they made, you can see there's loads of them. They made right up until here and suddenly it stops. 2010, stopped. The last one they made, 2010, was for the PSP. Boku no Natsuyasumi Portable 2 on PlayStation Play. 2010 was the last one. The studio still exists. They made Attack of the Friday Monsters. Now this was under Level 5's project thing they had. Part of the Guild 02 confirmation, which is something that Level 5 did. Now this is actually a really good game. I played this game, and unfortunately this is one of the games that were like lost when the eShop shut down. You can still find it if you can still find it online if you know what to do. But technically it's lost because it was digital only. But this game is in the same vein as those Boku no Natsuyasumi games. That just means like my summer holiday, by the way. So it's in the same vein as those games, but it's like a shorter experience, right? So it's a pretty short game, but it was really good. Okay, so I played that game, and I don't know when it's meant to be set. Oh, this is 1971, so it's not like modern day, but you're like in some little town, so it's much like those old games. Now, they also made this game recently. You said with Vinnie Mac, would they be successful? This game was. Now, I'll tell you about this game. So this is based on, if anyone knows Shin-chan, I don't know, it's just shortened down to Shin-chan in the West, but I think it's Crayon Shin-chan in Japan, which is this cartoon, or maybe it was a manga as well, about this little kid who, I just remember seeing this was on TV when I was younger, and I just remember this little boy that's always pulling down his pants and things like that. I don't know, it's kind of strange. Anyway, they used that IP to make this game. Okay, so this game was originally it was Japan only at first. They've since released it in the West. It's been translated now. It's been localized now, and it was on the Switch. What year does it have? 2018. When did they release it? Or was it? Oh yeah, it says here 2021, and eventually they put it on the PlayStation 4, and to say it flopped on the PlayStation 4 is a complete understatement. It's like it sold almost nothing when we saw on the Famitsu sales. But anyway, yeah, so let's just, in the title was less strong than the other ones, but yeah, it was. If you saw videos of this, it looks very cute and adorable game. I haven't played it yet, but it's a game that I would like to play. But it's very much in that style, but it's a licensed game, right? Let's see. Mario DK says, pretty easy to calculate the PS5 attach rate this week. I think this is even the first week with zero PS5 software in the top 30. No, it isn't, yeah. Probably, it might be is it the first one this year? Maybe. Patapon is genuinely great. I have seen like gameplay of it, but I've never played it myself. So yeah, and then now this studio is now making this new game called Natsumon, which doesn't link to there, but let's find it. So they've seen. So this is what this game looks like. Oh, hang on. Right. So they're making a modern. Like this is a new IP, but Sony won't make these games anymore. So it's like they're like screw it, we'll do it ourselves. So this is the game, which was I think it was a Nintendo Direct in Japan, but I don't know if they're releasing this.
神社でラジオ体操虫を捕まえたり海に飛び込んで思い切り泳いだり町の人と交流して列車に乗って隣町へ遠征お祭りの夜は特等席で花火鑑賞いろんなことを経験すればできることも行ける場所も広がっていきますそして夏の終わりにはあなただけの夏休みを過ごしてみませんか夏もん20世紀の夏休みはこの夏発売
I can understand like 50% of what they're saying, but anyway, it's like so that's the new. Let's play it again, but without the sound. Hang on. The new version of these games that Sony won't make anymore. So that Shin-chan game did alright, but it's like they didn't want to do a licensed one. They wanted to just do their own IP now. So that's what this is. And I think this game will do decent. I think this will do decent. This is a modern day version of those Boku games. It's a modern day version of that, Vinnie Mac, if you understand what I mean. So this is that same studio. Because Sony won't make these games anymore. As for the other, some of these other developers, some of them are defunct. That made some of these games, but that's one that I know about that's still around. That's why I brought that one up. What else? These developers that made Everybody's Golf, they've made more of these games, but it's just called like they've made it but with a different name, because obviously this one's owned by Sony and I've forgotten what it's called now. What's it? What is it? What's this studio? Does it say the name of the studio? Clap Hands, that's it, yeah. So they've gone off and they've made, oh yes, this is what they did now. The last one they did with Sony was Everybody's Golf's VR, as you can see right here. Sony won't make them anymore. So they just made, they just like, well, we're just going to make the same thing and call it Clap Hands Golf. And they made it, as you can see, for mobile. And then they made Easy Come Easy Golf for Switch. That's what happened, Vinnie Mac. This one, they didn't even bother putting it on PlayStation, this one. Easy Come Easy Golf. That's what they did. So this is Clap Hands, who, as you can see, if you look at this, all they made was Everybody's Golf for PlayStation from 1999 until 2019. 20 years. That's all they made for Sony. And Sony's like, nah, we ain't making those no more. See ya. And then stopped. See? So they're just making the exact same thing, but just under their own. It's basically the same. As you can see, Easy Come Easy Golf, which released last year. The other The others, I don't know. As I said, Gen Design is doing their own thing. That's a licensed thing. Let's see, so I've got a comment here. Jago says, Nintendo should poach those guys to make Mario Golf so Camelot can make God. Yeah. Nah, they're on Mario Golf duties for life. Camelot. Those Mario Golf games just make them money. They're not giant sellers, but they make them enough money. Okay, by the way, anyone can hop into the call. You can join the waiting room. Let's go and create invite. So if you want to join, hop in. Hop into the waiting room. I should have said that earlier, shouldn't I? So I've been live for an hour. So yeah, if you want to join and to talk about these topics that we're going to go through now. No, I don't. What is this thing trying to do? Okay, so let's get back to this. So yeah, so that was just answering the questions to Vinnie Mac, is like, how would these games do? And I can say some of the developers are still going and trying to do stuff. Vinnie Mac, that's all I can say. Not all of this stuff. Like Gen Design, we have to wait and see. They might be making something quite ambitious. All I know is that Sony did not want to fund those games anymore. Whatever it is they're making, they didn't want to fund it. They went to Epic. The other stuff, like, I mean, this is, Ape Escape is a PlayStation IP, right? But say if something like that was made in the modern day in Japan, yeah, I think this would sell. I can only say that I think it would. If you made something like that, provided you put it on Switch, it would. You'd have to make sure you make a Switch version. I think it would do okay. And I said, like, everybody's golf, they're still trying to make more of those. Ape Quest, is that like Ape Escape? Oh my god, how is there just this random ass fly just flying around my face? Okay, so yeah, I've what is this? What did I do to deserve this, my lord? Time strategy god game for the PlayStation Portable. I've never heard of that. So yeah. Okay, so some of these are like PlayStation up here. I'm just looking at the studio to see. Like some of the developers have gone off to try and do their own thing, and just some of them just don't exist anymore. Like they just don't make games. Or oh yeah, the Wild Arm developers, they just started a Kickstarter. A successful Kickstarter, actually. It's called what's it called? The name of the someone here can tell me. What's it called? They made Wild Arms. They made like their own Wild Arms Kickstarter. But it's called something else. That is my mind's gone completely blank. It's called like what? It's called oh god, I don't. Oh, that's it. Armed Fantasia. Thank you, Vinnie Mac. Oh my god. Not Vinnie Mac. I mean Jago. Armed Fantasia and Penny Blood. It was like a double Kickstarter. That's it. Thank you very much. I just could not remember that. Thank you. It's Armed Fantasia and Penny Blood. Yeah, basically, they did a double Kickstarter of those. Another one that I saw. God, I got these. I think I got these tabs saved on my. When did I save this? Did I save it on here or was it somewhere else? 1 second. I had another one. There was another article I found regarding when you're talking about these studios and stuff like that. Oh god, I better saved it on my tablet and not on there. Hang on a sec. I didn't put it on there. 1 second. because I found an article recently about this subject, but I just never got around to talking about it. I don't know. Do I have it on here? Is it on Chrome? Oh, here we go. Yeah, I found this recently. Oh, this is what I found. Hang on a sec. I knew I found something. I knew it. I knew I did. I knew I did. Let me post it in here. Iron Chronicles. Well, that one's a bit different because that was... Konami wasn't making a... I've forgotten what it's called now. And then they just... Oh, no, now suddenly when we were remastering them. What are they called again, those games? Mine's gone blank. Okay, here it is. I knew I found something. Okay. I had to post it for myself in like the chat. Okay. I found this article. Oh god, why is it opening up in that goddamn window? The wrong one. I found this article from 2017. This is from 2017. This is when Level 5 with that. Remember Level 5? Remember them? They were just faffing around for years, letting Yokai Watch die. Remember them? And then recently they had the Level 5 revision, and that's a whole bunch of games, half of which are coming out this year. We'll have to wait and see about that. But this is from 2017. Let's read this article. This is on Polygon. Level 5 wants another Dark Cloud as much as you do, but it's not up to them, says CEO. It's from 2017, as you can see right here. Alright? Just like 6 years ago. Level 5 / Sony. We've seen the return of several beloved and not so beloved, I don't know what that's referring to, series in recent years, but that doesn't mean it's easy to revive one. As Level 5 CEO Akihiro Hino reminded a Polygon during an interview at Gamescom, sometimes there's too much red tape around something to bring it back, no matter how much fans and developers love the game. That seems to be the case with the Dark Cloud franchise, which saw 2 entries on PlayStation 2 in the early 2000s. The fantastical action role-playing game met particular critical and commercial success in North America. When Sony introduced PlayStation 2 emulation to PlayStation 4 in fall 2015, Dark Cloud was one of the first to join the library. Indeed, you can still, it's on the PS. You can get it via PS4 and PS5 now. It's still there because it was on PlayStation 4, so it's on the PS5 store. Winning back old fans and attracting new ones to the short-lived franchise. Dark Cloud Games helped make a name for Level 5 and Hino, their producer, and the studio has only grown in visibility in recent years. Now that Level 5 has established itself as a trusted developer of smash hit RPGs and adventure games, the Professor Layton series, Ni no Kuni, and 2 Dragon Quest titles among them, is there a chance the studio would consider reviving its early classics? Right? And bear in mind who owns that. There has been a lot of requests and voices to create a Dark Cloud 3 or some form of Dark Cloud, Hino told Polygon. That IP is co-owned or managed by Sony Computer Entertainment, so it's not something that we can do or act upon on our own. Consider those dreams dashed then, although Hino did hint that Level 5 and Sony had entered negotiations over Dark Cloud in the past. I'm not sure if that's happening now, he was quick to add, after telling us of his own personal interest in a revival. What's more likely is Professor Layton and other wholly owned Level 5 franchises. They got spoilers down the side of this goddamn thing here. Sorry about that. Why have they got all this stuff on the side? Dumb. Sorry, there's a whole bunch of. I just noticed the whole. I wasn't even looking at the side of this thing. There's a whole bunch of like Zelda screens, just things on here. Hang on. Can I get rid of those? I can't. Well, there's no way for me to get rid of it. They weren't there last time I looked at this thing. What was I going to say? But they put them there now. Dumb. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it. Why is that like that? That's so goddamn dumb. Oh. Well, I have to do that. I just have to make it smaller. Right, okay. Where did I get to? What's more likely? So if the thing's smaller now, I know, but like it's just a bunch of Zelda spoilers on the side. What's more likely is Professor Layton and other wholly owned level 5 franchises getting revamps and remasters, which may be a small salve for the studio's biggest supporters. Everything beyond Layton and newer is controlled by level 5, Hino said. There's a higher chance that we'll see some form of that, like older Layton games from when we were less well known. There's a high chance we might see that on more modern platforms, like PlayStation 4 or Windows PC. Well, that never happened. Like I said, they made one Layton game, but then put it on PC. I don't know, put it on PC. That's all in the air for now, with no concrete plans for any ports. But the Dark Cloud 3 hopefuls out there. But for the Dark Cloud 3 hopefuls out there, it may be time to uncross those fingers, unless Sony has plans of its own, of course, which they did not. So the interesting thing here is that Hino said that they were in negotiations. It seems like this franchise was co-owned with Sony, but they cannot, level 5 cannot act to bring it back. They can't do anything about it, right? They're saying it's co-owned or managed by Sony Entertainment. So it says they had entered negotiations over Dark Cloud in the past. I'm not sure if that's happening now. So they must have done negotiations at some point in the past, and it didn't work out. So yeah, you're asking about level 5 is still going. They're still doing their own stuff. They, messed up Yokai Watch and that whole stuff. They, And I won't get into level 5 and their nonsense, but yeah, what happened? We all know what happened. So, Jago, sorry, I didn't realize you was in the goddamn waiting room. Did you say you was in there? Okay, let me bring Jago in. He's probably playing Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah. Jago, welcome. Whenever you're ready to put down your Switch for 5 goddamn seconds.
I'm still gonna play on it.
Okay. How you doing?
I'm alright, thanks. How are you?
I'm okay, but I need my voice is quirky. 1 sec.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so Dark Cloud is on PSI. It's on PSN. I bought it on there. If you go on PlayStation 5, you can find it on PlayStation 4 and 5.
Yeah, when you said it, earlier, I typed it in and it was there. So I mean, I'll buy it in future, like later this month when I turn my PlayStation on again.
So they have yeah. So maybe there's like 2 of them, but they only did the first one. They sort of like some of the PlayStation 2 games they ported to PlayStation 4 when they was doing that for a while, but then they stopped doing it. But so yeah, anyway, that was one of the ones they did back then.
I just assumed it got removed when PS Plus was changed.
You assumed it was removed?
Yeah, because they removed a bunch of stuff from PSN, old stuff.
They did. Yeah, they removed stuff from the PS Plus. Is that what you mean when they did the PS Plus thing?
Yeah, when they merged it, I think it was called PlayStation Now.
Yeah, they did. So this may have been in PlayStation Now, but they didn't remove it from like individual purchase, if you know what I mean. Like you could still like just buy it outside of the subscription service.
Yeah, that's nice.
Hello, Needless Dragon. Welcome. Needless Dragon says your lack of PlayStation 5 attach rate is disturbing. Yes, it is. Mario DK, did you work out the attach rate? Well, you're saying it's 0 this week because it's 0. Because it's 0, yeah. I see what you mean. There's 0 in the top 30, right? But if you want to say, look at PlayStation 4, then it's like 10%. But because it's 0 in the top 30, and as I said, what makes it so disturbing is the fact that there's the barrier to entry is so low. It's so low. But anyway, so yeah, so that's of course a lot. I went into it a bit more than I was, but there's the answer of Vinnie Mac. And like, would some of these? Yes, some of them would. Obviously, not all of them would. But I think, for example, what Millennium Kitchen's doing with the Natsumon game, I think that Natsumon's gonna do well. I think that game's gonna do well. I think that game looks good. But anyway, so that's the article from 2017. Level 5 wants another Dark Cloud as much as you do, but obviously they weren't able to make it. So yeah, anyway, they're doing new stuff now. They've made a new IP, Deca Police. They're bringing back Professor Layton. They're bringing back what's it called again? What's it called? The Fantasy Life. Fantasy Life is Fantasy Life.
Yes.
Sorry, I can't remember what it was called. Fantasy Life. They're bringing back Fantasy Life as well. So yeah, so that just reminds me of that. Now I can play his lo-fi again, but Jaco can't hear it, I don't think. And there is a way to do it, and I downloaded this software to do it, Jago, and it's a learning curve.
Oh, it's fine. I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom.
Unless you can change it on here, I don't think so. Output device. If I change this output device, you won't be able to hear me. Can you hear me? Well, I can't hear you, so it's not going to work. Are you talking?
No.
Can you talk now? Just for 1 second.
Tears of the Kingdom is awesome. Everyone should buy it and play it and love it. Do you hear that?
Yeah, I did.
Clearly not.
I did. So I did hear it, but I had to change my output for a second. It doesn't matter. Anyway, they can hear the live for Suikoden. That's I can't remember the name of that bloody thing. That's thank you, Jago. Suikoden. Yeah, but that's because Konami weren't making one. But now they're like, oh no, let's suddenly remaster those ones that we've seen them making that Ayuden Chronicles. So, with that being said, let's get into the PlayStation showcase. So, PlayStation had its first showcase in like almost 2 years, basically. And there was a lot of anticipation for this showcase because they hadn't had one for so long, because we don't have a clear picture of what Sony's first party is going to be doing beyond Spider-Man and Wolverine is announced, but that's probably not coming for a couple of years. And what's the other thing? The only other thing that's officially announced, I think, is that Factions game, which is like a multiplayer the multiplayer portion of the Last of Us franchise. And then there's other stuff, but it's like not officially announced, it's more like it's leaked. So like a multiplayer Horizon Zero Dawn or Horizon Universe game was leaked with like screen, like gameplay and everything was like leaked, like early gameplay, but it was leaked. So stuff like that. And then apart from that, we knew that they had studios that had, it seems like it could be enough time where they had something to show, and then newly acquired studios. And so everyone was like, wow, this is a showcase. Everyone's expectations were high, even in the PlayStation blog. I mean, they hyped it up. It's not like they they were trying to say, oh well, you're only going to see this and that and the other. They're like, oh no, new announcements, new creations, spellbinding games or whatever. It's something like that, right?
Spellbinding. That was definitely an adjective.
Yeah, which is not a common adjective, let's put it that way, right? So I have here, this is compiled by Eurogamer. This is everything announced in the showcase. We don't necessarily have to go through everything, but it's good to have the list here. But let's talk about it a little bit and talk about why there was disappointment. Now, for me personally, let's get this out of the way before we start. Right? I am not the biggest fan of Sony's first party games. A lot of them just don't appeal to me outside of like Horizon. Like I played Horizon Zero Dawn. I like that. It didn't blow my mind or anything, but it was a decent game, you know. But a lot of their stuff, I just look at it and it just I'm just not interested. I'm not interested in playing Returnal. I'm not interested in playing what was that? Oh my god, there was this one called Days Gone, and I remember when around that release, I watched a streamer playing it, and it turned me off so much because I don't know if you know about that game, but sorry, that's what I said. Can you hear that? Is that you? Is that noise coming from you or me? Oh, it's me. Sorry. There's a ice cream van. I think I hear it. It's an ice cream van somewhere nearby. Yeah, it stops now. I'm sure I remember them passing a law saying that ice cream vans can only play the thing once. They can't just keep playing it, which they used to do back in the day. It would just keep playing for a while, but now they can only play the little chime once. I completely lost my train of thought now. What was I saying? Jago, help me. Jago's gone. What was I saying? What was I saying just then? Are the rights due for Dark Cloud? What do you mean? Oh, they they renewed them recently, Dank Me Center. They like a year or two ago, a couple of years ago. It was a couple of years ago or something. Or maybe it was around the time of that article that I was just read. But they renewed the copyright because that happens periodically, and people are like, oh, it's coming back. It's coming. They're not coming back. Anyway, I completely just was trying to thought. What was I saying about the place? Oh yeah, basically, I saw like a live stream of
Days Gone,
and the zombies in that game, right? I didn't notice. I only saw the first couple of hours of the game. The zombies are like this is disgusting, right? So they make like nets out of their own excrement, right? And that's
is it?
Yes. So that's what you see in the game. You go into like their nests or whatever, and it's, you know what, on the walls and everything, everywhere. And they actually says, the main character says, oh, you know, they make these things out of their excrement, and I found it so revolting. I found it so revolting. I was like, I can never play this game. Like that particular thing of it, when they actually show it and you see it, I found that revolting in and of itself. I didn't like it at all.
I get it.
And I'm not someone that really gets scared by zombies, really, at all.
You should play The Last of Us.
Yeah, I will play that game eventually.
Yeah. The Last of Us rocks.
Well, we'll see.
So, I mean, the second one, the gameplay is incredible. The first one, all about the story and characters. I'm sure you'll end up loving Joel and Ellie.
Maybe.
Ellie's my favourite character.
Maybe. We'll see. I think my PS Plus has expired, but I did have it on PS Plus. But yeah, that game, for example, The Last of Us appeals to me a lot more than Days Gone. Days Gone I specifically can't play because of that thing in the game. About them making their nests out of their...
It's just nasty.
It's nasty. Like, Jago, actually, you see it. I just didn't like... I felt like kind of a little bit queasy. I just didn't like it. It was horrible. I don't know why it's like going into that, but I can never play that game. But as soon as I saw that, I'm like, that's it. I can never play this game. It was just that I found it that gross.
All I've seen from Days Gone is riding on a motorbike.
Yeah, you see that, but it's like sometimes you have to go into their nests. The nests you do ride about on a motorbike a lot, but sometimes you have to go into the zombies' nests, and that's what they tell you what it's made out of. So it's like excrement plus other stuff all stuck up on the walls, and like it's horrible. And they all live in these nests for some reason. They kind of explain it a little bit. And that's what they say it's made out of, and you see it and you think, oh, is that mud? Yeah, it's not mud. J2 says, wait, I had no idea. So I've never played. Okay, no worries, Jago. Jago will be back in a sec. J2, I have never played it, but like I said, I watched a streamer play it. The first couple of hours or so of the game, and I saw that. So if anyone's played the game might be good. I'm not saying that it's a bad game, or I'm just saying that particular thing turned me off, that I can't play that game. But it's not that I think that the games that Sony comes out with are bad. It's just they don't appeal to me personally. You know, some of them just don't appeal to me. Like, some of them I liked. I liked The Last Guardian. Some of the controls were a bit let's say a bit tried my patience a little bit with some of the controls. It was a bit janky, but the actual game was good. And Gravity Rush, I never finished that game, but I liked it. And I tried to play God of War 2018. I didn't like at all. I just didn't like it. I couldn't. I just didn't. I didn't like the actual gameplay, the combat.
That's fair.
I didn't like it at all.
That's fair. What about the story characters? Did you find Atreus and Kratos' relationship dynamic interesting?
I didn't get far enough into the game to. Now, obviously, I know that the relationship dynamics and all that changes because it's obvious, right? But I only got as far as like getting into like the second realm. And then when it's got there, I'm like, I'm really not enjoying this combat. Not only was I not enjoying the combat, I'm like, I don't even particularly like these characters anyway. It was just what I thought. Basically, the combat, what I did, because I found the combat so tedious, I sort of turned it to easy.
Yeah, I did that with the first Last of Us. That game, it was mad boring.
Right. You just sitting here bigging it up, saying you love that game, and you're saying the combat
the story
boring.
And characters.
But the combat was boring, so that you had to turn the difficulty
down? Yeah, I did not enjoy it at all. But I played it all in one night, and I was like, damn, this story's great.
How did you finish that game in one night? How long is it?
It took me like 16 hours.
That's not a night! How's that one night?
What?
That's 16 hours isn't one night. That's like an entire day.
Yeah, it was in the summer. It was in the summer. It was last summer. I played it. I don't remember when I started, but I finished at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Your definition of one night and other people's definition of one night are very different, Jago. That is not one night. That is not one night.
Well, I mean, look, I played it, and then I finished it in the next morning. I didn't go to sleep. That's one night. Well, yeah, I mean, I got about 4 hours in, and I was like, man, this is boring.
So this is what I don't understand. So you're saying you found the combat tedious and boring?
Yeah.
But you still think it's a good game? Dude, that doesn't sound good. You're not really selling it.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it's all about the characters and the story. That game.
But you know, I can just watch it. Hang on, I can just watch a TV show, right? I don't need to.
Yeah, but that's lame.
How's that lame? I heard the TV show's good.
That's lame.
You're saying the character story is good, but the gameplay is boring. So what am I supposed to do? But what am I supposed to think from what you said there, Jago? I'm supposed to think, okay, let me go and watch a TV show.
I mean, you said you already had it on PS Plus. Might as well play it.
No, but I think my PS Plus might have expired. I need to check. I do have it on PS Plus. I have it on my library. I'll say that it's on my library.
Yeah, you might as well play it.
But the actual, the monetary you have to pay portion, I think, has expired. So I need a new PS Plus.
Also, when it comes to the second game, the gameplay is phenomenal.
Okay, so you said the gameplay in the second one is good.
Yeah, incredible. I don't know how they're gonna adapt that game because it's so gameplay focused. It's so much fun, much fun. There's a reason why people complain. There's a reason why non-PlayStation fans say The Last of Us is a movie game. But then, I mean, everyone was complaining about Last of Us Part 2, but I mean, no one complained about the gameplay, because the gameplay is easily the best part of that game. I think it's like up there with Naughty Dog's best.
Oh, that's good to hear then, at least that the second one has good gameplay. So yeah, I'll check it out. So yeah, I really did try with God of War, but yeah, I turned the combat to easy, and I just was not enjoying it at all.
When it comes to God of War, sorry to cut you off again. If you do like find Ragnarok like cheap in a couple years, I would definitely recommend getting it.
Yeah,
because I mean, I didn't enjoy the combat for most of the first game.
What the hell? So you had the same issue then?
No, for most of the first game, I wasn't really feeling it. It took me about 15 hours, and I was like, you know, this isn't that bad.
See,
but then, I mean, Ragnarok...
I wasn't going to go sit there and play a game for like another, 13 hours to say, oh, it's alright. Like, I stopped.
This
like,
isn't that bad.
No, I must have got like, or maybe I was like 5 hours in or something.
Yeah, it was
it maybe 2
yeah,
to 5 hours?
It was,
something like that,
I mean, at least for me, it was about 15 hours in, and I was like, you know, this isn't that bad. But I mean, with Ragnarok, it was like almost immediately. This game is incredible. Almost immediately, the game is fun as hell.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just person doesn't appeal to me. So there's that one. The Last of Us I'll try at some point. I did have some like I had kind of fixed it a little bit, but I the motion blur or something like that was kind of messing me up with God of War as well. I don't know what it was. I did change it to that performance mode and try to like do all that, but Spider-Man I'll try. Those games look fun.
Yeah, Spider-Man was great all the way through. 1,000,000% recommend it. 1,000,000%.
Ratchet and Clank, I've played those games before in the past. I liked them. The old ones anyway.
It's not really for me. Although I did only play the one that they gave out for free during COVID, and I played Rift Apart.
Yeah, I haven't played.
Give me a sec.
I haven't played Rift Apart because it's £70 in the UK. It's very expensive. But yeah, that's the thing. I wasn't gonna J2. I wasn't just gonna try and struggle through until I got the Blades of Chaos. Because that's hours and hours and hours and hours, and I just thought I just wanted to do something better with my time personally. But anyway, I just wanted to get about that. I personally wasn't going to this showcase going, oh, I'm hyped to see all these first party games and everything. No, I just wanted to see what Sony's like. I wanted to see them lay out the foundation for the next few years of PlayStation. In terms of, I still want to see what first party games they have. It doesn't matter whether they appeal to me personally or not. I still want to see what they have, what they're laying out. I wanted to see, I was hoping, what are they going to do for the Japanese market? For that Famitsu interviewer asking them about 10 times, like the same question worded in different ways, like 10 times. What are you going to do for the Japanese market? I asked Jim Ryan in that Jim Ryan interview, like 10 blasted well times. And turns out not a lot. I was hoping to see some, like, more like what was it? If they were doing any double A type games or funding them or anything like that.
You're shooting for the stars.
How's that shooting for the stars asking for double A games? Double A games shooting for the stars. There you go. How?
Sony's not gonna show them off. You know, they're only gonna show off indies.
I know. So
and those indies they showed off, I was very impressed with a lot of them.
I like indie games, right? So I thought obviously Cat Quest is good. Looks, you know, I played Cat Quest before, so the new game, I was like, Cat Quest, yes. I thought that Never was. I'd have to say they didn't show any gameplay of that though. If it no, that wasn't gameplay. That was just like a cinematic.
Really? Oh, okay.
If it plays anything like it looks, then it looks like it's gonna be amazing. And what's the else did they show? I liked the Plucky Squire, but obviously I've seen that game before because it's been in I think Devolver Digital. Is it published by Devolver Digital? I think they had it in their own thing before. Is it Devolver Digital? I've forgotten. But anyway, I've seen it before in some other indie event, and that looks really good. I can't remember what else was there. But yeah, basically with Sony, it's that they're not... The stuff in the middle, they just don't care about. It's like big budget stuff or like created, hand-picked indies. It's basically what it is. All the stuff in the middle, they just don't seem to care about that anymore. Which is like the bulk of the Japanese market, let's face it. It's just all that stuff in the middle. You know, it's stuff like... At most you're going to get stuff like, you know, Falcom games. If you see like even the new the new East game, they're showing PS5 footage of that game. They've made it for Switch, but they're not showing the Switch version. If you look at the trailers and everything, it's all PlayStation 5 footage. It looks like a PS3 game. It looks like a PS3 game with like in 4K, basically, is what it looks like. And that's fine. This I don't have a problem with that. But that's not what Sony wants to promote at their shows. Just like either indies or big budget seems to be. So anyway, the point is that I am not maybe the main audience for Sony's games. The point is that the main audience, the actual real hardcore PlayStation fans, were not happy with the show. So it doesn't matter whether I'm, you know, about me, but like we actually went to go and look at the reactions of people who are big PlayStation fans who were very highly anticipating this show, and they were not happy at all. It was almost universal, basically. I saw a few people said, oh, it's like maybe it's a 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10, but most people were like, you know, this is like a 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10 at most. And the main complaints were the lack of seeing what Sony's first party studios were up to. Aside from what they did show us, Spider-Man, obviously we already knew that was going to be there. That was a given because that game's coming out later this year, so they had to kind of go into that. So it's given that was going to be there, and most people said that looks really good. The other stuff, they did show other first party studios, but the problem is it was like all like CGI, and from the new studios that they acquired, which are unproven because they have not released games. Like from Haven, that was the first thing they showed in the showcase, and it was like well, actually I can show it. I've got it here. Oh god, this fly is getting on my nerves. Why is it in my face? It's not coming to my face. So it was called Fair Game. Can you all see this on the screen? Can I play it? What the hell? Why is this frozen? Okay. So what I'll do is I'll play it without the sound. See, it's right there, CGI, not actual gameplay. So as soon as this came up, like, oh Haven, this is that new studio they acquired. Oh, let's see what they've been up to. So this is a studio headed by Jade Raymond, who has not shipped a game since she was at Ubisoft, by the way. Although she's worked with Stadia after Ubisoft and everything. They haven't actually shipped any games. So this is what they showed us at the very first thing. And so you're looking at, okay, so interesting kind of images here. And then as it goes on, you'll see the CGI, which is fine, I guess, if you're showing something brand new, and you don't have any footage to show. But you can see this is a kind of a heist game, a team-based heist game, in the vein of kind of like Payday, but not exactly like Payday, because you're more like breaking into like really big banks in this place. And it looks like you're competing. You get there and there's already another team there that are trying to break in. So you try to thwart that team. So they got in and got past that team that was there, and now they've got the money. But now that team, now there's a third team of 3 that's coming on top of that team. So maybe it's 3 teams against each other, all trying to get into a vault, or wherever the goal is. The problem with that is that it's kind of it's like, I don't know, to me that looks generic. So it's like, really, that's what Sony's investing into? It's like, okay. So right off the bat, it wasn't just me, a lot of people were not impressed with that. So, oh god, is that where it stops? Okay, so hi Daddy, welcome. Daddy says, I felt nothing for the show. Am I so picky with my games that the only thing that mildly interested me was Spider-Man? Kinda. No, it was like pretty much everybody. Like even hardcore like Sony fans, like I said, were not happy with it. Like some of the indie games personally interested me. I was happy to see Cat Quest because I like Cat Quest as games.
I was happy to see the Plucky Squire.
The Plucky Squire looks good, although that had already been apparently Cat Quest has already been announced as well, which I wasn't aware of. That new Cat Quest game, which is basically Cat Quest 3, but they haven't called it that. It's called Pirates of the Caribbean. Caribbean. It's a Cat Quest is always like full of puns and everything. It's like really fun. Plucky Squire, obviously we already knew about that game. Did they give it a date?
Nope, 2023. And apparently there was only 3 games that had an actual release date. Beat Saber being a shadow drop.
Beat Saber was a shadow drop. Alan Wake had a date. It was like October 17th or something.
I have no idea.
And then one other one, I guess, which I don't remember what that was. So
the EA original.
Oh, yeah, who cares about that nonsense? So yeah, that's the thing. At the beginning of the show, they showed a whole bunch of like shooters back to back to back.
Yeah.
And this is Daddy, I don't know if you come out to a lot of my shows. I don't know if you come out to a lot of my shows, Daddy, but this is what I call Neo Jim Ryan PlayStation. This is Jim Ryan's vision for PlayStation. And it's now all this live. They said that they're developing 12 live service games. So this is what you're gonna get. Basically, they're putting all their money into this. Yeah. Mario says fans of CG trailers were happy. Well, I guess you're being sarcastic there. And the show wasn't even available in Japanese. I heard about that. That at first there was a link to it to be in Japanese, and then it disappeared. It was made private or something. It was only in English. In addition to them airing at 5 a.m. Japan time, they don't care about the Japanese one, no matter what. Yeah, there was no Japanese. It wasn't in Japanese. They might have one up now. They might have put it up now, but at the time it was being broadcasted, there wasn't a link to. Normally they'd have a link, that you can go and see the Japanese one, but they didn't have that for some reason.
For the English one, it says PlayStation Showcase, and then in square brackets, English.
Yeah.
It would probably say in square brackets, and then it would have Japanese in or Japanese text.
Nihongo. Yeah. Normally it would say that, but that one was missing. That they had a link to it. Daddy says, I do not usually, I'm busy. No worries, no worries. Cool. It's nice to have you here, Daddy. Tears of the Kingdom is out. I don't care about anything else right now. Yeah, do you know I haven't started it? Because I was like, okay, I didn't finish the DLC for Breath of the Wild. Let me go and play that. So I kind of feel like left out because everyone else is playing Tears of the Kingdom. I'm playing that DLC, but anyway, whatever. Because I'm like, I'm not gonna want to go back to, because everyone's saying, oh, Tears of the Kingdom is all these new mechanics. And I'm like, well, I'm not gonna want to go back to like basic class Breath of the Wild after I played Tears of the Kingdom. So I'm like, let me do the DLC first. So that's why.
Yeah, no, you're not gonna want to go
exactly.
back. You made the right decision.
Right, thank you. I'm glad you approved Jago. Because Jago's a hardcore gamer, by the way. Jago's a hardcore gamer. Let's see. Mario says, all of this after that Japan is very important to us for Famitsu interview. Now, I want to get onto something. Jago, oh, you wasn't in the pre-show, so you probably saw this. Sorry about the, this is just motorbikes going, random motorbikes, ice cream vans, oh my god, it just never stops.
Oh, same thing here. It's even worse because I live on the road of a school, so there's always ice cream vans.
Yeah, I live on the road of a school, and so I'm not like on the main road. I'm like, my road, it just comes off of that, but some of them, like, you get like things like motorcycles like cutting down here and stuff like that. So that's why. Yeah.
My road is in between two main roads as well.
Oh, that's why. Yeah. So yeah, so the main road is up there, like where the buses and everything are. But like, yeah, I can't understand why anyone rides these like a vehicle that loud that I can hear. That from here is making my ears like.
I heard it in the VC. So.
Oh, you can hear it in the thing. Ugh.
Well, I heard it once.
Okay, so
You said there's lots, so I'm guessing that one was just extra loud.
It's the marketing budget on these.
So, oh no, is it not in the right place?
12-month marketing cycles when we could be just as effective.
Okay, so what happened was, I watched Jeff Grubb's show today. You probably saw this already, Jago, but this is for...
No, I joined the pre-show near the end.
Oh, okay. So, in Jeff Grubb's show, he got a question that asked about Japan studio and all of that. And Jeff Grubb said, it's like it's me talking. He's saying exactly the same stuff that I've been saying for like the past 3 blasted years.
With a 2-month marketing cycle, and it's like, okay, then let's go in that direction. So everybody's going in that direction because it saves them a ton of money.
Yosemite Blam says for Mike, now throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. There you go. I was doing that in the intro a bit. It was fun.
I liked it.
Thank you. Edgar Marino says, can you explain Japan Studios to me? Why did they close down? They made all of my favorite games growing up.
Yeah, because Japan doesn't matter to Sony anymore.
Jago?
Yeah?
Obviously you can't hear this, so you're going to have to listen to the...
I'm listening to the stream.
Oh, you are? Okay, alright, just checking.
Hey, I mean, I wrote that story on VentureBeat GamesBeat.
Right, so you heard what he said, right? Basically, that Japan...
years ago, like a long time.
Japan doesn't matter to Sony anymore. This is what I've been saying. Don't listen to what Jim Ryan's saying to Famitsu Magazine.
Hey, I mean, I wrote that story on... Yeah, because Japan doesn't matter to Sony anymore. Hey, I mean, I wrote that story on VentureBeat GamesBeat 6 years ago, like a long time ago now.
It's true.
The PlayStation does not sell as well as it used to. It's PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 did pretty well, but look at that software chart. PlayStation 5 is...
So this is what I point out, right? Big ups to Jeff Grubb, because normally when you get pundits or media or anyone talking about PlayStation in Japan, they don't actually bring up the software chart and how bad it is. Jeff Grubb actually did. Normally people don't even bring it up. He says, "Oh, the hardware is kind of okay. The software is atrocious." And you saw this week there was only 2 PlayStation titles in the top 30, right?
PS4 games.
PS4 games, not even PS5 games, and the barrier of entry to get into the top 30 was only 1,000 physical units, right?
is selling. Before on PlayStation 5 did pretty well, but look at that software chart. PlayStation 5 is selling decently in Japan, but look at the software chart. It is 30 games, and 3 of them are PlayStation games, and the rest are Switch. Japan doesn't matter to Sony anymore. Not in the way it used to. I mean, sure, maybe a little bit. Jim Ryan does an interview where he tells Famitsu why it still matters. The proof is not in the pudding. They have a Team Asobi, and they have Polyphony Digital in Japan, and that's it. And Team Asobi does their tech demos for PSVR and the new consoles, and hasn't really had a chance to do their big own game yet. Maybe they're working on it now. I thought we would have seen it, though, if they were. And then Polyphony Digital just does Gran Turismo. That's all they have in Japan in terms of development of first party. If they want to get something else, they just go and make a third-party deal with Square Enix and let them be their external research and development team. Japan doesn't matter to Sony.
Nintendo.
There you go. Japan does not matter to Sony. It's the same thing that I have been saying for years, basically.
So what? There isn't an XDev team in Japan, just in Europe?
I believe there is one in Japan. I think they do have an. Oh no, they have some sort of team in Japan anyway. But their main XDev is, I think, is in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
But they have some sort of team there. But yeah, so all the postulations that Jim Ryan makes and what he says to Famitsu magazine when they ask him 10 blasted world times, reworded. We went through that interview, like last week. Yes, for localization and stuff like that. They do give some support to them, but it's mainly from that team in Europe, I think, the XDev stuff. But yeah, localization and stuff like that. XDev does indies too, I think, says Mousy. Mousy,
Wow.
how are you both on the YouTube chat and on the you on both chats? On the Discord chat as well? You just switching it up? Mousy just posted in the YouTube chat.
Naughty Dog put out a statement
Wait,
about
really?
The Last of Us. There's like 2 The Last of Us fans. You know, many of you have been
Wait! Don't read it out like
us.
that. Send me a link. So I can do it on the screen.
Alright, give me a sec.
They put out a statement, apparently. It must have just happened. I've got skills. Oh, multitasking. Are you still at work, Mousy? Are you still at work? Let me put the lo-fi back on.
Oh, God damn it. Oh, there we go.
Can you
I'm
post
gonna
it
put it in the
the
live chat. Live chat.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so they put out a statement because of the backlash, right?
Yeah, I mean, PlayStation fans are unhappy. They want to see the game.
Okay, so this is Naughty Dog. This is their official account. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Let's make this bigger. The Last of Us fans. We know many of you have been looking forward to hearing more about The Last of Us. It's funny because it's The Last of Us. I know they're trying to. They got to say the full name, but The Last of Us multiplayer game. We're incredibly proud of the job our studio has done thus far, but as development has continued, we've realised what is best for the game is to give it more time. Our team will continue to work on the project as well as our other projects in development, including a brand new single player experience. We look forward to sharing more soon. We're grateful to our fantastic community for your support. Thank you for your passion for our games. It continues to drive us. Naughty Dog. So yeah, they've announced a new single player game with that, or single player experience as they describe it.
Yes.
Which we're
Literally just celebrating right now.
I saw. Oh my Jago. I saw this in the live chat. Dali says like this, or you like it. Do you have? Everyone has this goddamn nitro where you have little effects on your thing. Yeah. So they've announced a new game. Jago got very excited.
Yeah, new single player game. Because I do not care about multiplayer.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, not everybody does, but so it's good that they have announced. I mean, because they're mostly known for the single player stuff, and I know that like the Uncharted, and they had some multiplayer with that, and with obviously The Last of Us. Is that lo-fi too loud? Hang on, it's loud in my ears.
I can't hear it.
I know you can't.
It's fine. I'm still playing Tears of
I
the
told
Kingdom.
you there's that software, but I don't know how to set up that software to so you can hear. I'll do it for that. We'll do a community stream next week, and we'll figure it out.
It's fine. I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom.
You're playing Tears of the Kingdom. I'm not.
Yeah.
I can't play Tears of the Kingdom and I can't play a game and do this at the same time and control everything. It's impossible. Jago is crying emoji. What's the crying emoji? Because the 2013 until we see that game.
I'm going to be 29. I can't take it then.
Actually, do you know what? It's 2023 now. If you imagine, they said that basically what they're implying is that multiplayer game isn't ready to show. So you can't. It's obviously not coming out this year if they can't even show it. So it's not going to come out till next year.
Maybe it'll be at Summer Games Fest because Jeff did get the first announcement last year.
Right. The problem is that though they just said it's not ready to show. So how could
Did they? Oh, I didn't even read it fully. It's just they put it out.
They said it needs more time. So because it's the other thing in Jeff Grubb's podcast, he also went into like how long it takes a studio to prepare, like to show those like a demo or something like that in a show.
Oh yeah, ages.
It takes months. It's months, and the time it takes them to do that, they could be working on the game. So even when they said the CGI thing, they said that that takes another. They don't make the studio. They get like an animation studio to make the CGI, right? But they've got to consult with them constantly in order to get it right, and even that in itself takes 2 months. But putting together like a whole thing, like a gameplay slice, could take up to 6 months for them to make that for a show. So it takes dev time away. So they said I wouldn't necessarily think it was gonna. It would be weird for them to put that statement and for it to be at Summer Games Fest in a couple of weeks. Summer Games. What do I call it? Summer Games Mess. Summer Games Fest. Summer Games Fest in a couple of weeks.
Jeff Grubbs muddled your mind.
Jim Ryan, the greatest gamer CEO of gaming in the preview image. Oh, is that what you wanted in the preview image? I'm sorry. I know the thumbnail I made isn't very good. And that's not even a proper thumbnail. It's like a screenshot of one that they wouldn't let me download because I'm subscribed to the goddamn thing. Don't worry. Eventually I will, make all that type of stuff. But I just don't have it right now. So what was I saying? I've forgotten. Jago, help me.
PlayStation Showcase. What game did you get up to?
I didn't get very far actually because we got distracted by that Naughty Dog thing. Oh yeah, just to say on that 1 second, yeah, it says it doesn't say they're not going to show it. It just says we've realised what is best for the game is to give it more time. And Summer Games Fest is in 3 weeks or something, or like within a month, right?
Yeah, it's before Xbox, and Xbox is Summer Games Fest in 2 weeks, I think. Yeah, 2 weeks.
Right, so
Xbox is in 3.
So I don't think they'd put out this statement and then show it in 2 weeks.
Let's see, Xbox.
Because they'll just say, we'll wait a couple of weeks, but you might see it soon or something. Or they wouldn't say anything.
Wait, so they're doing it on a Sunday? What a weird company.
Because no, it's because in E3 they always went on a Sunday during E3. It was Sunday, Xbox, Monday, Sony, Tuesday, Nintendo. They always did it that way, so they're just continuing to do it. They don't need to do it on a Sunday. They can do it whenever.
Well, at least I won't be at work when they do it. Or leaving work, because it'll be 5 p.m.
Is that 5 p.m. our time?
Yeah, and normal people end work at 5.
Yeah. So, okay. When it comes to the games, I'm not necessarily going to go through... No, it's not even it. Is this it? Where's the goddamn thing that I had?
Eurogamer.
Eurogamer. Okay. Helldivers. The Xbox show. What about the Xbox show, Mousy? June 11th, right? June 11th. So the third person co-op shooter. That's what I mean. We had a whole bunch of shooters announced. This is a sequel to a game that was like from years back, Helldivers 2. And then there's that EA game, Immortals of Avium. That was shooter type thing. Then there was Ghost Runner 2, which is a single player game as far as I'm aware. The first one was. Then Phantom Blade. Now I called this game, what did I call it? I called it Knockoff Dull Grey Neo. Do you remember, Jago? I called it Knockoff Dull Grey Neo when we was watching it.
I wasn't here. I was watching it with my friends.
Oh yeah, I thought you was there. Oh okay, it must have been Kike and some others. That no, sorry, it was Vinnie Mac.
Yeah, I joined afterwards.
Oh, you joined after? Then, that was it. Yeah.
And then we were in VC until like 3 a.m.
Yeah, not doing that again. I called it Dull Grey Knockoff Neo, because there's hardly any colour in it or which obviously is deliberate, but it just looks. I was not impressed by this.
I think it looks great.
Well, you are wrong.
No,
it's fine. No, it's fine. You know, you can. That's just my personal opinion. I thought the art direction was bad. I'm not talking about the gameplay. Is it's whatever. It's like a Souls type gameplay, right? But the art direction I thought was awful. That's just my opinion.
Roche made a good joke.
What did Roche say? Let me see.
The showcase really did cater to Japan, basically.
They said what? Hang on, wait, I can't see.
This showcase really did cater to the Japanese audience. It's on YouTube.
Oh, okay. I'm looking on. Oh my god. So everyone's doing this thing where they're on this one and they're on that one, and then you're all over the place on different things. How am I meant to know where to look for your comments?
You have multiple chats.
You can up at his comments. Dank Meme says that.
Go on.
You can be on whatever chat you want, but it doesn't mean I'm going to catch them all. Dank Meme Center says, in Grub we trust. Yep. Mousy, I don't want to miss a thing. What are you going to miss, Mousy? Is that why you're in all these different chats? Daddy G, it's not that difficult to do. Daddy, I can't remember what you're responding to there. Please let me know. I don't know if you're still there. Mousy, maybe. Winky, smiley, sly face.
Oh.
What does that mean? I'm sorry I took so long to get to your comments. I don't know what everyone's talking about now. Roche says the showcase really did cater the Japanese audience.
Jason Schreier just put out a tweet like 10 minutes ago.
Saying what?
Talking about Naughty Dog. It's in the live chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Which live chat?
Discord.
Oh my god, they're all over a goddamn place. Okay. Okay, so I'll bring this up on the thing. What? How, Jago? Why are you laughing? Don't you want? Don't you want these games to? Oh my god.
I don't care about multiplayer ones. Single player ones. This isn't talking about single player.
Okay, so
it's also just funny.
So okay, so something has. Did Jason Schreier put this out just after or just before that tweet? The Naughty Dog one.
Let's see. Naughty Dog put it out at 7:40. Jason Schreier put it out at 8:12.
After.
Yeah.
Okay, so Naughty Dog they knew he was going to do that. They knew he was going to do that, and they tried to get ahead of it. Okay, so Jason Schreier says, Naughty Dog has significantly scaled down the team on its Last of Us multiplayer project. Sources say, as it reassesses the game, following Bloomberg's request for comment, the company put out a Twitter statement today saying the game was delayed. So yeah, because Bloomberg contacted them and all of that, they put out this statement. Now, Bloomberg articles are paywalled, so I don't think I can read this. Nope, I cannot.
Really?
They're paywalled.
Well, it's time. You're not going to shell out for Twitter, it's time to shell out for Bloomberg.
Hell no. What would I even read on Bloomberg? The only thing I would ever read on this would be like...
Inaccurate Nintendo Switch leaks?
Yeah, from like Mochizuki or goddamn... Or Jason Schreier where he has. And that's it. That's the only... I don't read anything else on Bloomberg. So I don't care. But anyways, they even block out the image, which is funny. But, so yeah, they knew that was going to happen. So... I would say one thing about Jason Schreier, he pretty much never misses. I can't even think of the last thing he's like did or reported on where it turned out not to be true.
First sent the archive so you can see the whole article on Discord.
No, how did you get that?
Archive.today. The page capture.
Damn, you got around the paywall. Oh well, so let's read it then. Thank you, Roche. Since Roche knows how to. I knew there was a way to. I've tried it before on various sites, but anyway, let's use this. So we got around the paywall. Sorry, Jason Schreier. So Sony Corp has slowed down development on an upcoming multiplayer game in its long-running The Last of Us video game series, as the creators reassess its quality and long-term viability, according to 4 people familiar with the project. So he spoke to 4 different people about this. The team working on the game was scaled back after a recent re-evaluation, said the people, who asked not to be named because they weren't authorized to speak publicly. No, really? Hang on. This sounds like this is almost cancelled. A small group remains on the project while the company re-evaluates the direction. They've culled almost all of the work going on it, happening on it. While the game has not been cancelled, many of its developers have been moved to other projects.
See, that's why it's not so bad.
Yeah, but that's not. It's not being cancelled, so they're still doing something with it. But they're not. They're not doing full-scale development. If you see what I mean.
Oh yeah, but it's the multiplayer game.
I know you don't care, but other people care, Jake. Anyway, it's interesting because it's part of the whole. It gives us a picture of what's going on altogether, right? Following requests for comment from Bloomberg News, Naughty Dog, the Sony subsidiary working on the project, put out a statement on Twitter saying, "We realise what's best for the game is to give it more time." I can't read all that. It's just talking about the... Naughty Dog has been developing the multiplayer title for at least 4 years? They've been making this for 4 years? Well, hang on.
Makes sense, because
the game came out in 2020 and they must have been working on it before that. Good lord.
I mean, The Last of Us Part 2 is extremely polished, so I assume like the game was like playable from start to finish sometime in like 2018 or 2019. That game's polish is insane. I love it.
So you know The Last of Us Part 2, Part 1, that was also Naughty Dog that made that, right? Not a different team.
Yeah, it was Naughty Dog. They played it on PS3 and PS4 back in 2013.
PS3?
Yeah, it's a PS3 game.
No, I mean The Last of Us Part 1, as in that.
Yeah, it doesn't have the multiplayer, but yeah, that was Naughty Dog. It was just another team.
Okay. It says it started as a complementary mode to The Last of Us Part 2, the single-player game released in 2020, but the creators grew ambitious and decided to make it into its own game, Naughty Dog said. Sony has been investing heavily in games as a service or video games designed to be monetized beyond their initial sales through ongoing purchases. As part of that push, it asked another of its video game studios, Seattle-based Bungie, to re-evaluate the games across its portfolio.
Oh.
Bungie Bungie raised questions about The Last of Us multiplayer's project's ability to keep players engaged for a long period of time, which led to the reassessment.
That's a great purchase.
Yeah, so this is why they spent billions on Bungie.
3 whole billions.
Yeah, it was a lot. They spent for this reason, because Bungie has expertise in games as a service.
Yep, and they've always been the multiplayer guys from
the
before
beginning,
Xbox.
right? Yeah. Single and multiplayer games generally require different skill sets to develop. Although Naughty Dog has found some success with multiplayer modes in some of its titles, the company is primarily known for developing single-player hits. Still, fans were excited for the project and raised questions after it's not present at a Sony video game showcase this week. In the statement, Naughty Dog said it will continue to work on this multiplayer project, as well as other games, including a brand new single-player experience.
That's the most exciting part.
So thank you. So thank you to Roche for getting us around that paywall, so we can see it. So now, the most interesting new information from this article was the bit about Bungie going across their different studios and looking at these multiplayer projects, and they said the long-term viability of it was in question to keep players engaged. So that's why they must be trying to like retool it, I guess. And then once they've done, so this game is far out. Then they ain't showing this at no Summer Game Fest, that's for sure. If this is true, and this is Jason Schreier, he just never misses.
I don't miss.
If this was anyone else, I'd be like, but it's Jason Schreier, so.
If it was Mochizuki, you'd be like, yeah.
Well, if it was Mochizuki wouldn't even be reporting on this in the first place. He only does like the more business side, I guess. Like he does like, do you know what I mean? He doesn't really do this side of it.
That's fair.
So yeah. Do you remember when do you remember when Nintendo put out that statement on their goddamn investor Twitter because of what Mochizuki said? Do you remember that? And he said, he was like, oh yeah, they sent out these 4K dev kits to different studios, and then Nintendo was just like, nah, bruv, I don't think so. It's like, nah, they don't know what they're talking about. We haven't done that. But yeah, and that was, God, that had to be like over a year ago. When did that happen?
He also said something about it being more expensive to produce, which is why price increased or something like that. We're talking about money, and Nintendo was like, we ain't making any more money on this than we are on
when he said
Nintendo
about
Switch.
the OLED, he basically said
profits. Something to do with his profit margin.
He said their profit margin is they're making even more money because of the $50 price increase, right? It's like, they're making even more money on it, and they said no. But anyway, he's been like, Nintendo doesn't do that very often. So when a company's like personally, well, actually, they didn't name Bloomberg or Mochizuki. They just said false reports, which is. I mean, it was the only report that said that.
That was a good day on Twitter. It was so funny.
Say that again?
It was a good day on Twitter because that was so funny.
Yeah, it was funny. Now, I bet you anything now, Twitter's popping off right now, right?
I still have Xenoblade trending, so yeah.
What's this? Greatness does not await off the record podcast discussion. People popping off on this.
Yeah, still up.
Yeah, I knew that tweet was posted too randomly. It's one type of PR strategy. Yeah, as I said, what I thought, that they posted it ahead. They tried to get ahead of the story, right? Naughty Dog tried to get ahead of Schreier's story. Oh, is it Dragon Quest 37th anniversary?
Yep.
I guess so. I always ignore. I'm ignoring all these blue check marks. Just kidding.
Happy birthday, Dragon Quest.
Happy birthday, Dragon Quest. Where's Dragon Quest 12 and Dragon Quest HD 2D remake? Where's that?
Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake will come out when it's ready. Dragon Quest 12 was also announced when they just had the title.
Yeah, I think they'd literally just started it.
So yeah, don't expect Dragon Quest 12 for another.
So it's Dragon. Yeah, it says. I don't know a lot of Japanese, but that says Dragon Quest Day, basically.
Yeah.
So Dragon Quest Day today.
Yeah, 26th.
Okay, so.
There hasn't been any new announcements either.
Yeah, but if it's Dragon Quest Day today, as in like the 27th in Japan, is it like now or is it the day that's just gone? Because they're all in bed now. If it's
That's what I meant. There wasn't any.
Yeah, that means there was nothing then. There's no announcements.
It'll be tomorrow.
Dreamberg also said PSVR 2 flopped. I didn't say exactly they flopped. They just like it was in performance. Plus, that was Mochizuki. Wasn't that Mochizuki? That wasn't Jason Schreier. So Mochizuki's all over the place. Jason Schreier doesn't miss. Basically. Roche says when Nintendo speaks after news reports, it means the reporters are going to get a blizzard. He says, yeah. There you go, be right back. Okay, no worries, there you go, no worries. Anyone else is welcome to come into the show. You wait in the waiting room, and then I'll bring you into the on-air room. So yeah, this is interesting breaking news. What else is? Hang on, let me just see if there's anything on Twitter. Twitter is not how it used to be, you know. It doesn't sound good for fact. Well, obviously this game is not coming out anytime soon. Here's the thing though. What I would like to say is that yes, Naughty Dog's put out a statement. The only reason they've put out, by the way, the only reason they've put out this statement is to get ahead of this Bloomberg article. Otherwise they wouldn't have done this, right? Mousy, no worries, you don't have to. I know the giant time difference in your working just don't work, right? So don't worry, have fun at work. So what was I saying now? Sony L is still L. Now what I was gonna say is Naughty Dog put out this statement because I want to get ahead of this Bloomberg article, basically. I think even though Naughty Dog has put out this statement, I feel like firstly, it doesn't completely 100% satisfy all of the issues that there was with the PlayStation Showcase, because this is just one studio, and people was hoping to see like multiple, like, you know, not just this, but maybe some additional stuff as well. So that's one thing. I was gonna say something else, but I lost my train of thought. Hang on, let's see what these tweets here are. Okay, so yeah, people have posted. People get into the paywall. Yeah. So Morgan Kimes is a big PlayStation. Even though it says ignore that thing about Xbox. This is a PlayStation fan. That's why Sony paid Bungie the big bucks. If Faction needs work on it. Okay. Benji Sales says, I've been saying for a while, making giant live service titles is actually more inherently risky than single player games. Competition in live service is incredibly fierce and are expensive to ship/maintain. Publishers hear the siren call of Fortnite, but be careful not to sink. Yeah, so basically, especially what we've seen recently, is that a lot of live service games, you know, have not been succeeding, have been shutting down, and they take so much, as Benji says here, they take so much investment to make and to maintain, because you have to constantly put constant new content, right? So in order to keep people engaged and to sell them microtransactions and battle passes and stuff like that. So yeah, let's see what this says in here. People are taking this so much wrong. This is PlayStation being conscious as AF. Bungie said it's no good. There's no reason to move forward. Probably same happened with Deviation Game. Yes, that's the other thing. The Deviation, for those who weren't aware, though I'm sure some of you are, Deviation Games is a studio that Sony announced a partnership with like 2 years ago. I want to say it wasn't last summer, it was the summer before, right? Summer Games Fest. They said, oh, here's this new studio that's been formed from ex Call of Duty developers, I believe, and oh, they're working on this what they said they're working on a multiplayer game. We know they've partnered with PlayStation to do that. And then recently there was kind of news or a rumor, although it's pretty much confirmed because we saw the developers saying it, that like around 90 people were laid off from that studio that had 150 people there, so a good portion. So probably whatever game they were working on was could have been cancelled, but we don't know. There's no confirmation of it or anything. And this was one of the studios that I actually thought, because Sony had bought these other studios without them shipping a game yet, that were working on these multiplayer games, that I thought that Deviation Games would maybe be the next one that they would acquire without them having made a game, but I don't think that's going to happen now. This person says Sony are losing their way. They had a really good thing in the last years of the PS4, while single player games are still coming. It no longer seems to be their focus. Let other studios make live service S word. I'm trying not to swear. I'm trying not to swear on this thing. Doesn't always succeed, but I try. So yeah, that's what's going on. Let's take a look at this live chat. Sony L is still L, says Roche. The only good live service games are the timed ones like Monster Hunter or Splatoon. They get 2 or 3 years of support than a new entry. Basically, that's the old model of multiplayer games that almost no one does anymore, apart from the Monster Hunters or the Splatoons. Like they don't really put like battle passes and stuff in them. Splatoon doesn't have any, and Nintendo they don't monetize the actual game. Yeah, 2 to 3 years of support and then they just move on to a new entry. Now I would hope they still keep doing Monster Hunter like that, but who knows, Capcom might move into the live service model. We just don't know. We hope they don't. So if we look at the last couple of entries, they were still the traditional model, right, where it's just you just buy the game basically. And there might have been some DLC. There was, I'll tell you, like, there was additional DLC you could buy for the recent Monster Hunter games. You could buy additional skins and things like that, but it wasn't like it wasn't exactly like a live service game like Fortnite basically. It's more like it gets some support, we make some DLC, and then we move on to the next entry. But to be fair, there was extra DLC you could buy for Monster Hunter. Like you could, like I said, there was some special skins and things like that you could buy. So whilst we're talking of that, there was some indies and stuff like that were announced. Now Never, which is this game which has a beautiful art style, but I don't think they showed any gameplay of this game. I thought this looked good. It's from the makers of Gris, which is another really cool indie game, but and so yeah, it's got a very Princess Mononoke vibe, to be honest with you. So it's kind of like tragic, but they don't show any gameplay. Really, I think that's it. Yeah, so there's no gameplay of that one, but that looked cool. I know it was Cat Quest. Pirates of the Caribbean, which I'm looking forward to because I like Cat Quest. So I just don't see what there isn't to like about it. I mean, it's like it's literally cats going on an adventure. It's a cat dressed as a pirate. I don't understand why you would not like this. It's a cat pirate. Yeah, so it looks very much like the other Cat Quest games. Is it like 2024? 2024? That game is coming out? Oh my god. Do we gotta wait that long for that? I didn't see that. It says 2024? I missed that blasted part. 2024? 2024? It's 2024? I thought that was this year. It's 2020 blasted 4. I thought cats take a long time to polish. Yeah. How did I miss that part when it said 2024 on the showcase? I don't remember that. I don't remember that. I would have noticed if it said 2024 on the showcase. This is a different edited. This is edited differently. It has different, like, it has all the platforms at the bottom of it. They must have added that in after. I don't remember that. Mario DK says lots of Sony projects getting cancelled or wound down seemingly. Well, a few. I'm sorry about the Streamlabs thing popping up so often. Gosh. I set it for every 10 minutes or something, so it looks like it's there a lot because obviously there's not tons of people chatting. I'll fine tune it. At some point. We got bamboozled, says J2. J2, did it say 2024 in that showcase? It didn't, did it? I don't remember that. It didn't say 2024. It didn't. I knew it didn't. 2024? Oh my god. Okay. Well, that's fine because that gives me time to play Cat Quest 2. So I've actually only played the first one. So I will play Cat Quest 2. It's not a very long game. But I bought Cat Quest 2 in like a sale on the Switch, but I didn't play it. So, and then Foamstars. Oh yeah, we can talk about Foamstars. Let's just pause this lo-fi. Hang on. Let's pause this lo-fi and take a look at Foamstars. I don't know why I've got all these. I should shut these down, right? So, damn it. I don't need all these open. Off-brand Boomy. Now, when this came up, right, for anyone that was in the Discord with us, my initial reaction to this was actually really positive, right? My initial reaction was pretty positive, so let's watch it together. And I'm still, like, hopeful for this game. Honestly, it depends what Square Enix does, how did they monetize this, but so we saw Square Enix pop up on something that didn't look like, obviously it doesn't look like an RPG, right? So we're like, Square Enix? So then your ears pick up when you see Square Enix, because it's like, is this going in a good direction or is this Babylon's Fall? Let's see. Then you see a gun and you're like, oh no, Square Enix, what's happening? Okay, what we're gonna watch it. You see the guns and you see it's like a cartoony art style. It's like, okay, fine. And so what they have here, I want you to take notice of this character because in my opinion they're going for the Fortnite kind of art style. It's more like Fortnite. to me. That's just my opinion, I guess.
Okay, it's a showtime!
Although he's talking, the character they showed was the first character, the female character at the beginning. So I'll show more. So I was pretty positive when I saw this. You're like, okay, so they're shooting out foam. Then you're like, okay, well, hang on, wait, is this like Splatoon? That's what And basically my reaction to this was, I said, it's about time somebody why is nobody else in all these years trying to copy Splatoon? We saw the gameplay, so obviously this is now the gameplay. Because I was like, how's nobody in all these years copied Splatoon? Splatoon's been around since, it's been around for nearly 10 years. Wasn't the first game in like 2014? Splatoon's been around for like almost 10 years, and literally nobody's tried to copy it. So I was like, my initial reaction was just like, this is a good thing. So let's take a look at the gameplay. So it clearly looks like teams with two different colours shooting out foam. But unlike Splatoon, the foam changes the battlefield. As you can see, it kind of piles up and makes like little mounds, and it looks like you're walking on it rather than through it or anything like that. Which I don't know how that works, but... So yeah, I know, everyone's reaction to this was like, it's a Splatoon clone. And some people have done side by sides, even the special abilities are copied. That's fine, whatever. I mean, they are copied, but I don't have a problem with that.
Ready for the Foamstar party?
So there you go, Foamstars. Now, the first thing I did when the showcase was finished, I looked this up. I looked at what they linked to. It did a website. I couldn't find it. It didn't say who the developer was. It didn't say who the developer was on this trailer. It didn't say the developer on the website. I've since found out who the developer is. So it's like, is this a Western studio? Is Square Enix doing this internally? No, Square Enix is not doing this. Square Enix couldn't do this internally. This is on the Enix side of the company, so it's a different studio that's doing it. They're not doing it internally. The first thing I noticed was there is no PC version of this game. They're launching this on PS5, PS4, and that's it. No other platforms. Not PC. So that's the first L. Take notice, that's a big fat L. You're making a live service game, a multiplayer live service game, and you're not launching it on PC. Even Sony is launching their multiplayer live service games on PC, right? So we saw that the first one when Haven came up on the screen. Haven's game called what's it called again? Fair Games. When that came up on the screen, it said PS5 and PC. Sony has a sense to know to launch their games on PC, but whatever Square Enix done, whatever deal they made with Sony, this is a bad deal because they have excluded PC from this. If it was a single player game, it wouldn't matter, but it's a live service game, so that's the first L. That's a big L, right? And this is the thing with Square Enix. They've made this L's with all of the live service games. The only live service game they've managed to keep going, and that was with a disastrous launch at first, was Final Fantasy XIV, which doesn't have the old style. It has completely different monetization, which is the subscription service. In fact, all live service games that are launched now are not on a subscription service model. They are like free to play or a premium game. We don't know if this is free to play or if it's a premium game. Premium game, I mean by just like you buy the game. It doesn't mean it's not monetized. But it means it's cost a premium full price, like Call of Duty, for example, right? The normal Call of Duty, not Warzone, obviously. So we don't know whether that or it's free to play. So that's the first L. Now here's the problem. Square Enix has done this before. So they made a Final Fantasy VII Remake Battle Royale that nobody was asking for, called The First Soldier. And they put it on mobile only. Didn't put it on PC, didn't even put it on PlayStation. It was only on mobile. It was the dumbest thing I've heard in my life. They made it was on mobile, and it worked with a controller. You could connect it with a controller, and apparently it played best with a controller. I remember I spoke to Spencer once about that, and he said he played the game, and it played better with a controller than it did with the on-screen, there's an on-screen like joystick or however they do it on the screen. And I was like, so how are you trying to make this Battle Royale live service game succeed if you are not putting it on any platform other than mobile, where the audience for that, it's like, what audience are you trying to target then? Because are you trying to get like Final Fantasy fans when most of them are going to be over on PlayStation, where you released Final Fantasy VII Remake? So why are you not putting the game there? And it's like, okay, so are the people on mobile, are they interested in like Final Fantasy VII Remake, like that they want to go in and play a Battle Royale? Like, it made no sense. The more you think about it, the more it made no sense, and that's why that game flopped. It's closed down. I think they've closed it down already, or they announced they was closing it down. I think it might have closed down by now. So I
believe it closed in January.
Was it? Oh god, it's already closed down. Yeah, so that was a flop, And you look at other games that Square Enix done recently. Babylon's Mid. That was over a year ago now. It was a flop out of the gate. Just flopped out of the gate. Underbaked game. Nobody cared about it. Recently you had Chocobo GP, which they took the normal Chocobo racing games that used to be on the PS2 and whatever, and just monetized it up the wazoo. Basically monetized it as though it was a mobile game, basically.
Crash Team Racing.
But they didn't make Crash Team. I'm talking about Square Enix.
Oh no, I'm saying it's like that.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, Crash Team Racing was worse because when they launched that game, it didn't have any microtransactions. Perfect. Yeah, because they wanted good reviews. Once the reviews came in, they added in that cash shop to it. It wasn't there at launch. That's Activision for you. But anyway,
Are you surprised?
No, I'm surprised. So Square Enix has just not had success with their live service games, so that's why it's an L off the bat. They're not putting this game on PC.
Yeah, and I think it should have gone. I think it should have gone to PlayStation, PC, and Xbox.
Yes, but obviously they've made. The thing is, I can understand if they've made a deal with Sony, right, to have this game on PlayStation only, but then why is it not also on PC when it's a live service goddamn game, multiplayer game, Jago? It's already they're handicapping the game before it's even launched.
I can't think of a reason other than Square Enix doesn't know how
they're
to market their games.
Square Enix doesn't know how to market the games because they're dumb. That is the reason. That is the goddamn reason. You know it's the reason. You know it's the reason. I know it's the reason. That is the reason. It's exactly the reason. The Square Enix goddamn dumb.
I'd like to see their reasoning. Like if someone asked them.
Oh, no one's gonna ask them it, and they're not gonna answer it anyway. And like I said, because when you stepped out, even Sony's putting their live service games on PC day one, right? Because you need a big audience. So they've already handicapped it out of the gate. Now, the other thing is, I'm gonna play it again with the sound off. Yes, it is very much heavily inspired by Splatoon, and I said that's fine because my reaction to this game was positive when I saw it, because I was like, up to this point it's like, why it's been nearly 10 years and nobody's copied Splatoon when it's a very successful franchise at this point. So
You can't copy what makes it fun.
The reactions I've seen, because I've looked at both in English and I looked at some of the Japanese reactions, and the reactions were exactly the same as in the West. It was literally the same. They're like, well, what is this? It's just Square Enix is ripping off Splatoon. That was their reaction. It was like, oh my god, this is amazing. It was just like, it's a Splatoon ripoff. Was the reaction? The one problem that I foresee that they could fix, is, and other people point this out, with the design language of the game, it's like it's hard to tell what's going on. Like, so with like Splatoon, it kind of like it's not as like chaotic that you can tell what's going on. Like I said, even if you're a very experienced player, the way Jago, can you mute for 1 sec? You can tell what's going on in Splatoon, and it's very easy to grasp the mechanics and what's going on, and but the mechanics at the same time are very deep if you really get into it. So Jago, can you mute for 1 second, please? So yeah, so what was I saying? Oh yeah, so the mechanics can be very deep. So the problem here is that one problem I foresee, and they can fix this, is that there isn't enough contrast between the colours of this foam. That's one thing. The contrast between the colours of the foam isn't great. And also the other thing is that the foam, because it can make these big mounds, it's like covering stuff up. So I'd have to see how this is gonna. That's literally a baller. I'm sorry, but they're just copying Splatoon. So we'll have to see how this works and how these specials work and stuff like that. But it's like it changes the shape of the battlefield. Whereas with Splatoon, the ink is just flat on everything. I bet you any money somebody's already made a comparison. I need to see if they have. I need to see. I do. Hang on, let me just see this. Is Jago still there? Did anyone else come into the waiting room? Or was it just me and Jago? It's just me and Jago. Anyone else coming in? Kika? Take the Game Pass check for those exclusive outfits. Yeah. Well, the problem is that Microsoft won't cut a Game Pass check. Has somebody already done this? They must have done. Is it called Foamstars or Foam Party? It's Foamstars, isn't it? I need to get up in a sec because my room's gone dark. No. I literally did this on did you mean no, I did not mean that. But it's basically oh no. Square Enix Splatoon for PS5. I mean, it looks like that. God, where's all the goddamn? I'm looking. I tried to find the video on YouTube. I typed it in here. Why is it showing me up on there? I don't want it on there. I'm trying to find the YouTube. I don't type it in the wrong place. I'm on Twitter. Why is anybody upset at Naughty Dog? Huh? Sony announced their own Splatoon game. Well, it wasn't Sony's game, but I wanted to see if someone did some comparisons. Yeah, it just hasn't got that many views, I'm gonna be honest. 110. This is now what when we're talking about the audience for this game, given the popularity of Splatoon in Japan, you've got to imagine that they want this game to do well in Japan. By the way, yeah, it is I did discover it is a Japanese developer that's doing this, right? So, hang on, I need to refresh this. What's going on here? So I found this article here, and I'll just use the Google Translate. So you're gonna have to forgive the Google Translate. It's not the best. But yeah, I found this. So this, it's completely garbled, but they've garbled the thing. But it's, yeah, Splatoon is a topic that was imitated by the person in charge of Dragon Quest of. When it says Suki, and they mean Square Enix. It's just like they've abbreviated it, and then it goes like that. Foamstars. So this Google Translate is awful, but let's read it because there's a few details in this article. There is one topic about Nintendo's Splatoon series. There is a topic that was imitated by the person in charge of Dragon Quest of Square Enix. So so basically a producer of Dragon Quest, or one of the producers, right? Is who led this? This is so it's on the Enix side. So if anyone doesn't know, like Square Enix is kind of like divided between the Enix and the Square side, right? So this is on the Enix side of the company. It says the Splatoon series is a shooter on sale for Wii U and Nintendo Switch. Yeah, this translation's bad, but just roll with it. This work can be said to be a work that was released on the popularity of FPS and TPS games. So there's no real originality in that part, that it is a shooter game. However, it can be said that there's originality in parts such as expanding the range of action using ink characters and wonderful and colourful world views. This time, Square Enix has announced a work called Foamstars for PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, and it has become a hot topic. It is said to imitate Nintendo's Splatoon. And here's some people in Japan commentating on it. And that says Sorenan de te Splatoon. I don't know how to translate. What? Let's see. Yeah, it just means that's Splatoon. It helped me practice my Japanese. Spra ni mechaku cha. Mechak-cha. I think that's nite ne. So it's kind of like, it's imitating like extremely imitating Splatoon, isn't it? Something like that. I don't know. Doesn't it look a lot like Splatter, which that's just an abbreviation of Splatoon. So yeah, they just pulled out some comments. This is a sad copy of Splatoon. Splatoon coming to PlayStation, hooray. Yeah, so I haven't seen that many, I don't know, people, I don't know what it is about it that I would give my thoughts as to what why I think it kind of misses, I think it misses the point of why Splatoon's popular, in my opinion. So there are a number of comments that say that imitating this in the official PlayStation Twitter posts in Japan and the United States, as well in the comment sections of overseas PlayStation blogs. For this reason, some people think that the Foamstars was an imitation of Splatoon, but many people are in a state of having that impression. It was imitated by the person in charge of Dragon Quest. Foamstars is the so-called Enix side of Square Enix. Since the development is on the Enix side, Toy Logic Co. Limited is doing it, not inside Square Enix. As I said before, this is not an internal game. It's a external studio called Toy Logic. Kosuke Okaya is the producer, and Riki Saito is the director. And Mr. Kosuke Okaya and Mr. Riki Saito were both known as the person in charge of, or the people in charge of Dragon Quest. There's no plurals in Japanese, that's why it gets garbled like that. For this reason, Splatoon is said to have been imitated by Square Enix Dragon Quest, or Dragon Quest. Anyway, it's all over the place. It's all over the place. So basically, it's the producers of Dragon Quest that with this company called Toy Logic. By the way, Dragon Quest is said to be all works that imitate something, such as Pokemon, which is then Dragon Quest Monsters, Minecraft, which is Dragon Quest Builders, Pokemon Go, Dragon Quest Walk, Hearthstone, Dragon Quest Rivals. So yeah, Dragon Quest IP does have a lot of games that imitate something else. There's like the names there. Dragon Quest Walk, they don't have that outside of Japan, but basically it's the Dragon Quest version of Pokemon Go. For this time, Foamstars doesn't have the Dragon Quest crown, meaning it's not doesn't use Dragon Quest IP, I guess. But it seems that the traditional art that has been passed down from Splatoon to Foamstars, which has been passed down to the people in charge of Dragon Quest, is being shown again. You could say it's a state. So they're just saying it's an original IP. It's not Dragon Quest, although it is the Dragon Quest people that are making it. However, this traditional art is not a pakuri. What does that mean? Pakuri? What is this? Pakuri? What on earth does that mean? It doesn't translate into anything. So that's probably an abbreviation for something or a slang. I don't know what that is. It hasn't translated. Wow. In other words, it can be said that it is a form of correct evolution of games that have been done by many games that can be said of all the world. Oh my god, this translation. Making a new game by referring to something so it is common in smartphone games. It is not something like condemns unlike round Pakuri. I don't know what this Pakuri thing is. There's people saying Splatoon ripoff, Splatoon clone. A Splatoon game, but this one is unique that it will probably kill itself with NFTs. There's a comment there. If I'd had time, I would have done this with Deepel. Let's see what comments there. Why not to ruin something good? What are you talking about, Uncharted? Square Enix L section. Yes, the Square Enix L section. After this section, I need to get up and turn on the lights in my house because I'm sitting in the dark. However, the imitation of Dragon Quest is often more blatant and less original than the reference done by other games. So the comments posted on the PS official Twitter and the comment section of overseas PS blogs, it said there have been many works that have not been very respected, as there has been things that are pointed out they are straight rip-offs. So this is funny. Someone's done a thing where of all the things, like it literally copies, but like I said, it's not just that it looks a little bit like Splatoon. They've copied all the weapons as well. It is said that many of the Foamstars special attacks shown in the announcement are too similar to the special weapons of the Splatoon series. Someone has literally done it all, saying what, and I don't know where they've got this from. But somebody in probably one of the announcement trailer has basically timestamped everything that copies or the weapons from Splatoon. So yeah, I might have to try and find that, the way it's copied it. Also, it is pointed out in the comment section that a scene similar to a Splatoon appears every few seconds, as referring to that thing above. And it's saying there's someone else is developing a game that's kind of uses the colours like Splatoon. At this point, there's even a part of Splatoon that was made based on Colour Wars as a reference. I guess it's this thing above. It's a state where originality is layered on the top of the originality and finished as a separate game. It's in different parts. Oh man, this translation is garbled as hell. Okay, so saying that game is still in development. It was made from a Half-Life mod, I guess, with paintballs in it. So yeah, so I thought this was very interesting, and there's some comments here as well. Now, I need to pop out for a break, and we'll continue the Square Enix L section. Jago might come back and entertain you, but the problem is that, like, I need to go to the toilet and turn the lights on because I'm sitting in the dark, and then we are only going to go for like another 15 more minutes after that, because we got to the 3-hour mark, and it's a good thing Mousie's not here because she'd be telling me off. But yeah, I can't go for that much longer. We are getting to the end of the show. So what we'll do, we'll cover the Project Q when I come back. Okay, let's get some lo-fi on for everyone here. But you need to go from back here. Back in a sec. I'm back to wrap up the show. I just got myself a cup of tea actually. Got a nice tea here. Nice.
What tea bread do you get?
I have. This is actually a Sainsbury's own Earl Grey. So their own.
Sainsbury's Basic.
It's not Sainsbury's Basic. It's Sainsbury's like Be Good to Yourself or whatever it's called. It's like their luxury sort of luxury brand, Earl Grey. It's actually very tasty.
I didn't know they did more than Sainsbury's Basic.
Yeah, they have one that's like, I think it's not called Be Good to Yourself. What's it called again? Sainsbury's something. I can't remember. There you go. I can't remember. But it's tasty. Tasty tea. So I'm back. We was talking. I haven't had PG chips for donkey's years. Because I've got a whole cupboard full of fancy teas today. You should come over sometime. I've got loads of tea. Right. So we're just going over the. What is this click? I don't know. What is everyone talking about in there? Foamstars is the Foamstars doesn't look anything like Persona. I don't know why IGN said that. Where are they getting Persona from? It's like, what? It's not even like it aesthetically looks like Persona at all. Where are they getting that from? It doesn't make any sense. Where did they say that? Foamstar, they call it Persona Splatoon. But where? I'm here to. Oh no, Mousy says she's warning me about the 15 minutes. Oh god. Okay, fine. Yeah, what I was just doing, I was just going through that basically. I'm not on that. Oh, goddamn window. That's the wrong window. I was going through that article, which was really garbled. Unfortunately, the machine translation is not great, but it is what it is. And so. The one thing I'd like to get your thoughts on it, Jago. One thing I feel like it kind of misses the point of why Splatoon is popular. It's like, well, Splatoon's popular because it's like a shooter where you're shooting ink, but it's not just that. The mechanics are good. It's easy to understand. Like I said, the design language is easy to understand because they've got colours here on this. In this Foamstars, where the contrast between the colours isn't that great, and plus it piles up on the battlefield, so it's like obscures things and stuff like that.
I think Foamstars is doing something correct in that it wants to be unapologetically, like Splatoon, but it's also trying to carve its own path in that space, right? Mm-hmm. But I mean, I guess it's still unproven if this gameplay could be interesting. But a part of what makes Splatoon so much fun is how everything works together, and you can see how everything works together even when watching it.
Right, that's what I was saying. But watching Splatoon, you can understand the game just by looking at it.
Yeah.
You can understand, like, even if you're a very experienced player, you could still play it. You might not want to go into the ranked modes, but if you just look at Turf War, you just watch that, you get it straight away. You can understand. Oh, I understand that. I could play that. And then it's a game where you can. Also, I guess they've made it so that the Turf War, you can join in and have fun, but if you want to get into the higher skilled stuff and all that, you can go into the
Yes, Splatoon is extremely accessible. They didn't show much that made this what makes this super accessible.
Well, we can't judge. I don't think we can judge it on like the one. Where's the thing?
Exactly.
Oh, I didn't get into that
but,
live.
What I'm saying is they haven't like shown why this is. Why this is. You haven't shown why it's good or why you should play it. They just showed, like 4 minutes of CG and then like 40 seconds of gameplay.
Wasn't even that
for
long.
And for one, gameplay wasn't that.
I mean,
It wasn't that
the
striking.
CG looks.
As you're saying,
If it looks like the CG, then it doesn't look like that.
the gameplay. I mean, the gameplay is not that striking, and the visuals, they're not that striking. Like the colors, like I mean, even when Splatoon, even when you like limit it on colorblind mode, it's like purple and yellow. Those are two very, very different colors,
The
and they're
contrast,
also like not like special shades of those colors. It's just block purple, block yellow, and it's super easy to distinguish the two, right?
Yeah, so that's I think that it's a very good point that the colors here, and they could change this, right? They might get feedback to say, look, right, the colors is a bit, especially I'd say especially this like this pink and blue they have here.
Yeah.
I feel like the contrast isn't high enough, but that could be tweaked. We don't know. There's no release date for this. Don't forget. They didn't say when this is releasing.
Did it even say like 2023? 2024?
No, it didn't. It didn't. Look, you get to the end of the trailer. I'll show you. Look. Get to the end of the trailer.
I agree with you, Dank Meme Center.
What did he say?
Said Turf Wars won in the last 30 seconds. Turf Wars sucks, and then ranked. Well, he didn't say Turf Wars sucks. I said that. And then ranked has more layers of strategy, especially Clan Blitz. Like playing Clan Blitz with friends that you can communicate with. Oh, Clan Blitz is.
Clan Blitz is actually my least favorite mode. My favorite one is Splash Zones.
You need to play Clan Blitz with friends that know how to play it.
Yeah, I
and
mean
friends
that's the
that
problem.
communicate. Like, god damn.
Yeah, you need to be in there. I mean, I've
Ooh.
you know, I've got a couple of people I play with, but I've never managed to get like a regular team of 4. You're a squid, you're a kid. You're a kid, you're a squid. Well, Kike, you're definitely a squid. I know that for a fact.
Nintendo's extremely good at marketing their games as well. So I guess that's why we still have a lot of questions, even though they showed more than Nintendo did when they first showed Splatoon.
When Nintendo first showed Splatoon, it showed hardly anything, right?
Yeah, it was just like, I think it was like a 10-second CGI clip of Inkling Girl shooting.
And that was it.
Yeah.
So it's more. So Square Enix showed more.
Yeah, and there's still so many questions.
Now,
so many more questions.
I want this game to succeed. Actually, I want this game to do well.
Yeah,
my issue is my main issue is that it's Square Enix, right? It's Square Enix.
They showed gameplay in 2014. Really? I mean, I don't remember. This was.
I thought the game was released in 2014.
It was released in 2015.
Oh, it's 2015. Okay, so I was going. Oh, it's maybe 10
May
years
2015.
old. I guess it's a bit younger than that, but. I'm surprised it's taken this long for someone to make a serious stab at copying it. But like I said, I think an issue is the contrast being not that good between, and the fact that this foam piles up and it obscures stuff, so you can't see what's going on. I guess they're like, oh well, it's supposed to be like, so
you
like
can build foam.
You can build, right? Yeah, like Fortnite.
They put down their Twitter.
Right. So that's basically what they. But the problem is that it obscures. I don't know, man. I have to see how this plays. But I feel like with Splatoon, it's just so easy to see what's going on.
Yep. And if something's obscured, it's because, I mean, that's how the level's designed.
Right. But with this, you can literally cover, because in Splatoon you cover up stuff with ink, but everything still keeps its same shape because it's just a thin layer.
Yep.
But with this, it's like covering stuff. And
it doesn't seem like there's any penalty for touching enemy foam.
Right, yeah, I noticed that as well. I was trying to figure out.
Did they even show them stepping on enemy foam without like a special?
I tried to look at that. So she's pink, so you think, well, she's on the pink team, right?
Yeah.
That's the other thing. You can easily tell who's on what team in Splatoon.
That's good. Yep, it's the dev that made Nier Replicant. When I saw it was Toy Logic, I was like, no!
Yeah.
They should be working on Nier.
Okay, so that one is green, that one's kind of pink. That's the other thing. With Splatoon, it's a lot more clearer who's on what team. Because it's just literally, your whole hair colour changes.
Yeah, and also we have the UI. I mean, this game.
Oh, well, they're not showing the UI.
Doesn't show the UI.
Yeah, so we have to wait and see for that.
Yeah.
So well, obviously we can't see the UI, and that actually makes things
clear. I wish they did show it.
No, they didn't.
I'm saying I wish they did.
The characters are. I think the character design's fine. The problem with it is it's interesting. It looks fun. This character here on the right looks kind of fun. Jago doesn't seem impressed.
Yeah. I'm just not impressed.
Jago's not impressed. Okay. Oh, I didn't even notice this. The place is called Bath Vegas. Look, it says Bath Vegas in the background.
That's a good name.
FSGP. I guess Foamstars Grand Prix or something. Bath Vegas. That's funny.
That's a good name.
Yeah, that is.
That's a busy victory animation. Yeah, they should obscure the losers. Like, go away.
Oh,
Like,
well,
we don't. Splatoon 3 does it.
They might have just done that just for the. It might just be done just for this. We don't know what
That's
that
true.
is.
That's true. But I hope they do how Splatoon 3 does it. Where even the losers,
It probably is a
just
victory
gets
thing.
rubbed in your face. Just gets
Because
rubbed in your face. You suck.
There's 4 people. That's how Splatoon 2 did it, wasn't it?
No, Splatoon 3. Because Splatoon 3 shows you the winners, and it doesn't show you
The losers.
the losers. Yeah, I mean, the losing jingle in Splatoon 2 was so depressing.
I know, it was depressing. It was depressing. That's why they got rid of it. That's why they got rid
It
of it.
was so depressing.
I think this is the victory thing, because there's 4 people at the front that are like in victory poses, and there's people at the back are clapping. 4 of them at the back are clapping.
Yeah.
It is a victory thing. You're right. Who said that?
They stole it from Dank Meme Center.
No, thank you. You're right. I
It's
think
a
it's
busy
exactly
one.
what that is. I mean, look, they didn't even give a release window for this, so they could be like
That's it.
tooling it.
Sorry, I was just saying, like, it's pastel. It shouldn't be pastel. It should be solid. The colors.
No, you're right. Yeah. In Splatoon, they're like
You just
solid.
wish the colors were solid.
The colours are solid.
Everything looks far too light.
It's too light. So, like I said, they're probably gonna do like test, like a beta of this, and they can tool that stuff. Apart from that, my biggest worry for this game is how they're gonna monetize it. To be quite frank.
It's gonna be monetized as you expect.
Oh my god.
There's no hope. There is no hope. There is no hope.
Don't
There's no expectation for anything better. This game is going to be monetized worse than COD at its worst. When they were selling you red dots in COD, it's going to be worse than that. That's what I
But people
expect.
bought them. This is going to be more like Chocobo GP when nobody buys it.
$60 plus a battle pass? Jeez.
You think it's going to be full price? You don't think it's going to be free to play?
Okay. I guess I didn't have the worst expectations.
You know what? Actually, I think it might be full price. Because if this is a free to play game, why would it be in like Sony's thing, like the showcase thing? They probably are.
You don't think the first party on live service games won't be free to play?
I don't think that'll be free to play because they want to charge PS Plus subscription. Because if the game's free to play, you don't need PS Plus subscription.
PC gamers ain't gonna buy it.
They might do. You don't know. What is this? Boss Luigi boss theme, Lost theme. Oh, that's the theme. I don't know if I can play. Where can I play it?
Oh, the loose theme for Splatoon 2. You can play that. It's from a game, and it's like original for a game.
Oh yeah, it was really not depressing. Actually, when you hear it now, it doesn't sound that depressing. It sounds a little bit more upbeat.
You need more. You need more.
It sounds more upbeat, right? You're like, what are we talking about? It's not depressing. But when the contrast between the losing theme and the winning theme in Splatoon 2 is very big.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh wait, I'm playing it. I'm sorry, my apologies. I'm playing it on the wrong damn window. That's why they're saying they can't hear it. Sorry.
In Splatoon 2, as Vinnie Mac said before, it's the entire experience. You go through 5 minutes of excruciating.
Apologies, I'm putting it in
Rainmaker.
the wrong window.
You go through 5 minutes of excruciating Rainmaker, then you go through another 3 minutes of overtime, and then you lose by 1 point because your team can't defend.
Don't get me started on that. Okay, so I put it in the wrong thing.
And then you get the losing animation, where your Inkling or your Octoling looks so upset and you're so attached to them because you spent like 3,000 hours with them.
Wait, what? What's Jacob talking about?
I just
Anyway,
don't want to see my inkling upset.
yeah, well you don't see them upset anymore in the new one. You only see the winning team now.
That's even worse in my opinion. Just like rub it in my face, why don't you? Why? I don't want to see them if they win.
Well, would you rather have the sad thing with your team than
Absolutely. Absolutely. I do not want to see the
no
winners.
sense.
Why would you want to see the winners if you're a loser?
Because then you'd have the sad team and your inkling looking all sad.
Nah. That's just nah. You're not competitive.
What you're
enough.
saying makes no sense.
You're just not competitive enough.
You're not competitive enough. Right, okay.
What? Oh, hell.
Oh no, Jacob,
You are
we ain't
so
got time
wrong.
for this.
You are
Jacob,
so
we've got like
wrong.
10 minutes to cover like 20 million topics because Mousie's gonna come in here and kick the door down. Okay, so let's talk about this handheld or the Project Q now. We're gonna have to miss out the live. We'll do the live thing next week. Hang on, we don't
Project Mid.
Project Mid. We don't do it. Akamatsu.
No
So-
price, but a release window. These guys are crazy.
So towards the end of the showcase yesterday, it was just before they went into Spider-Man 2. Jim Ryan comes on screen and we see this long rumored Project Q, and it is literally exactly as it was described by it was Insider Gaming, right? Who did it? Who leaked it? What's the guy from Insider Gaming called?
Tom Henderson?
Tom Henderson.
Or was it the other T name?
No, it was that guy. It was literally exactly how they described it. They described it as it looked like a DualSense had been cut in half and a big old screen had been put in the middle, and it's exactly what it looked like. Now, this was announced, and as Project Q, there's no like a final name for it yet. And alongside it was announced some earbuds. They are wireless earbuds offering lossless audio on PlayStation 5 and PC. Now the earbuds did look pretty cool. And yeah, so this unfortunately there's no like I don't think so, unless anyone knows, I don't think there's any like close-up high definition images of it. I think it was just that video. I don't think there is any. Like, we can look at this video here, which I'll do without the sound because we don't need the sound. So yeah, there's no like still high def images of it. So we have this here. I guess I'll put full screen here, and this is high def enough. Oh, I can go up to 4K. I won't do that though because I can't stream that at the same time. So here, look, and you can see like the back. It is one all integrated unit. So even though it does look like there's two separate halves of a thing, it is one unit with a screen. Now the screen apparently is at least 8 inches, I think.
Yep, 8-inch LCD.
So it's an 8-inch LCD. So we haven't been given all the tech specs of it yet.
It's also a 1080p panel.
1080p
And 60 hertz.
60 hertz.
Yeah, so it's good enough.
LCD,
Well, I mean, I think it's overkill
probably.
for the screen
I'm
size.
trying to think how big would that
Definitely.
be? How 8-inch screen? That's pretty. You know,
It's huge.
it's pretty
It's an-
big.
It's an entire inch larger than the Switch OLED's display. So, like, imagine the bezels on the original Switch, and then it's just huge, right? It's just far too big.
So, if that's to scale next to a PS5, if that is to scale,
I hope
then
not.
it's. I think it might
Yeah.
be.
I mean, I guess the DualSense is super comfortable, so you probably won't even realize it.
Yeah, it's
DualSense is extremely comfy.
It's probably really comfortable to hold. It's just very big, and
I think it's overkill.
Maybe not something. I mean, so the way it's presented, it's kind of presented more as an accessory than a
Yeah, it's just an accessory.
like
So I mean,
like a device that you're gonna go out with.
yeah, I mean it's just an accessory. So I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter if this quote unquote succeeds or not.
What are they saying? They're putting 10 minutes until night. Mousy, no! Mousy's trying to tell me to stop streaming. I know, because it kills me when I do this. The problem is it does kill me, and I do regret it afterwards, but then I have so much fun whilst I'm doing it. So, and I don't have to get up crazy early tomorrow. But I do have to do, oh my god, I didn't do my studies for today, so I have to do my studies. So let's just finish off. I'll drop the live topic, Mousy. We're just going to do the Project Q, because I think that's probably, apart from Cat Quest, this is the most interesting thing that came out of that state of play. Obviously Cat Quest was number 1, and then this was number 2. Apparently Cat Quest was actually already announced, which I didn't know. So for me, it was a brand new announcement. I didn't know. I had no idea. I want to play Cat Quest this evening. Oh my god. I think I might play it this evening. I'm not even joking. Why are you showing me this? Kike. Okay, they're doing such craziness in the Discord that I'm going to show it.
Oh, we're talking about the Project Q.
Well, I'm sorry about the bot. I know the bot's gonna catch you. Sorry.
Oh no, that's fine. I was just.
What did the bot do?
The bot's protecting you from my wrath.
Why would you try to put a whole bunch of caps in it? Do you know what it's supposed to? Because
Dank Meme Center agrees with me. Why would I want to see the winners if I lost? Heck, the winners. I don't care about them anymore. Get me to the next game.
Because, oh my god, Jodie will be dead. I know. I'm not.
Why would you show me? Why would you play me happy music if I just lost? I'm angry.
So which do you prefer? Like the Splatoon 2 where you win?
Yep.
So I can't remember how they did it in Splatoon 1, but I think it was the same as
Splatoon 1, same as Splatoon 2, but it's just a lot more. There's a lot more electric guitar.
Really? Yeah. So that. It really does look like they ultra-handed a DualSense to a tablet, and that's the image that I put in the thumbnail. Hang on, let me see if I can post it here.
It's a very good meme.
Yeah, I don't know who made this. Is that post or not? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Why does it come up all small for me then?
Press enter.
Oh, sorry. I am pressing enter.
Click on the text box and press enter.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Oh, God. Sorry, normally I can do that perfectly fine. But yeah, so I don't know who made this. Who made this is a genius. But anyway, somebody made this meme where it looks like like the DualSense has been ultra-handed to a tablet. So I don't know who made that, but Chef's Kiss, that's a good meme. So we could talk about a couple of things. So it's been positioned as an accessory, and it's basically we can see the exact wording here. Oh, does it not say it on here? Oh, maybe it doesn't say it on this
you're still
article.
showing Discord over Chrome.
Oh, sorry. Oh, this is why I need you here, Jacob. This is why I need you. Let's turn these memes off. So yeah, it doesn't have the exact word. Basically, what Jim Ryan said is it was him that announced it. Was that you can it's for streaming a game that's installed on your PlayStation 5. So you need a PlayStation 5 and the game needs to be installed. It can't just be in your library.
Yeah, that's remote play.
So it's remote play, and I think the console has to be in sleep mode. It doesn't have to be on, but it has to be in sleep mode. So you don't need to leave it on, but sleep mode is what I think. Now the only thing is that if it wasn't a situation where you could literally already do remote play, like, then maybe I could understand this a bit more. But like, you can remote play already right now onto any tablet, phone, computer, whatever. You can already do this.
I guess it's for those that don't use those devices
Because they don't know
for playing. No, because they'd rather not. Like, I mean, I'd rather not use my iPad or my phone to play a game.
But
So,
why
I
not?
mean,
Yeah, but it's streaming.
why not?
It's not local.
Doesn't matter. I'd rather not. You know, my phone has other things, and I could get interrupted.
No, true.
I hate being interrupted when I'm playing games. So yeah.
So this device,
And also,
so,
I mean, it's also handy for like families.
well, so here's the thing though. I think that the use cases for this are very narrow. Like, you're giving examples. Oh, a family, someone's using the TV, then you can use this thing as well. Which is, again, it still doesn't necessitate buying, because people got tablets and stuff. It doesn't necessitate buying this. You know, so that's what I think the use case is. I think this is, you know, you have to really want this. You're an enthusiast. Maybe they know there's a narrow market for it.
Yeah, like the DualSense Edge. Another
Edge.
accessory.
Which is pricey. Now, do you know the price of the DualSense Edge?
£210.
Ooh, so it's gonna be
In
like
dollars,
$250.
it's $199.
Also, yeah,
$199 in dollars. So it costs way more over here.
Yeah, so no, you're right. So yeah, as per usual, Sony ripping us off.
Yeah, I mean, that's just normal with tech. You know, everything costs more always.
So yeah, the DualSense Edge, $200. The regular DualSense, $70. I saw some people like, oh, they think it's gonna be like $100. It's not gonna be $100.
That's what Vinnie Mac and Mousy said. I was
Vinnie
like,
Mac, I know they said that.
Vinnie Mac and Mousy, nope.
No.
They have too much faith in Sony to make good decisions.
People thought that the PSVR 2 was gonna be like
300,
400. And what is it?
Never.
600? Isn't it like $600?
I think it's 550.
550. It's more than the console.
I think it's 600 if you get Horizon with it. I think that was it.
Okay, so this is going to be $200 plus, in my opinion.
That's what I think. I think 250 USD, which means it'll be like £260.
Now, for me personally, I wouldn't buy this. Now, what I was thinking about, it made me think, oh, maybe I should test out the remote play and see how it works for me in my house. So I've never tried it. So I'm like, okay, but I literally have a nice screen, I have a nice tablet, 10-inch tablet I can use on a DualSense, so I don't need to buy this. For me personally. But we don't know any other details of this. We're assuming it's not going to have Android on it. That's the only thing. We're assuming there's not going to be
if it has Android, it will get hacked immediately. Frame 1.
For what? Hack it for what?
What? People like to hack things.
To do what with it? I mean,
whatever. People like to hack things, isn't it?
Right, but it's not like you'll be getting into like games or something, like, because the games are streamed onto it.
Yeah, no. But I mean, you can still do other things. Like, you could install other things, like a different launcher.
Okay. I mean, I'm personally not into that sort. It's just I can't bother to do that sort of thing personally. But
they just want to see, it's like they want to stretch its limits.
Okay, so anyway, we're assuming it's not. They'll probably hack it even if it hasn't got Android on it. We're assuming it's not going to have Android on it, because then you'd be able to go into like the Play Store, and all this, right, and have like just mobile games. I don't think they want you to do that. I think they want you to stream God of War.
That would be insane. They need to get the latency on this thing perfect.
It probably is pretty low latency. I would imagine it's probably fine.
Yeah.
No, maybe they've made it in a way that it's like the latency is pretty low because it communicates with the PS5 very well. I don't know what
Sony's been, let's say, they've been refining remote play for like over 10 years, so I don't have too much doubt, but you never know.
Right. I have seen videos of people where they try and remote play away from their house and stuff like that, and it's not great.
Yeah, in use cases like that, I assume it'd be best if you just like played Persona 5 or something in remote play.
Yeah. Like it barely functions, basically.
But yeah, you're not going to be playing Call of Duty with this.
Nope. So that's one thing, like the price and other additional details about this. We don't even have a release window, actually.
I thought they just said 2023.
Did they say it's releasing in 2023?
That's what I thought.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong then.
I can double check.
It doesn't say anything. Oh, it just says more information will be announced in the months ahead.
Okay, it was just reported that it will release in November.
Oh, well, maybe there's been a leak or something. Jimmy said this year.
Okay. And yeah, so like The Verge, GameSpot, and GameRun saying reported it will release in November.
Okay. So they want it to sell them. They're releasing it in November. So yeah, we don't know the price details. We don't know the other details. We have to wait and see. The earbuds are pretty self-explanatory though, but I think the earbuds look cool.
Yeah,
They're probably
they're
also
very
expensive.
PS5.
So,
Oh, absolutely. If you think they're like if you think about it, AirPods they're like 150. AirPods Pro like 250. Galaxy Buds 2 when they're not on sale they're like 150. Galaxy Buds 2 Pro when they're not on sale they're like 230.
what?
These things cost a lot of money.
Oh. I guess I'm
So
not getting them
I'm
then.
guessing, I'm guessing the earbuds has to be like between 120 and 200.
But I already have like the overhead, like
Yeah, and those are Bluetooth as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that means it's like you can get delays on it. Is that what this lossless is supposed to mean? Like you can't, it does no delay.
I think lossless is relates to regarding the audio quality, not the delay, not the latency.
So how does it work?
Audio
It must
latency.
still be Bluetooth, right?
I guess so. I don't know. I don't have it.
The thing is, I'm not good with like earbuds that go like right inside my ear like that. So I'm okay.
I'm not 100%.
I'm okay with the one that we have, the overhead ones.
The Pulse 3D wireless.
Pulse 3Ds. That's what I have. I have those ones.
I don't play on my PlayStation with headphones anyway.
I do sometimes. So yeah, I guess interesting. Now, a couple of things that I could say about it basically is talking about this in context of the Japanese market and Asian markets, right? I saw people say, well, this is for the Asian markets and stuff like that. I'm like, well, okay, I'd understand if this was a standalone device, but it's not. You need the PlayStation 5.
It's an accessory.
It's an accessory for something that you already own. And plus, like a lot of people, like handheld gaming is very popular there because of all the commuting. People commuting, and they like to play handheld. But this thing is, from what we know, it doesn't have LTE, so Like, you need
I
Wi-Fi.
highly doubt it will.
And it would be
I think-
difficult to have like a solid connection, I would have thought, on a train.
Especially underground.
Well, underground, yeah.
Unless you're on like one half of the Jubilee line.
But you know the underground in Asia, they have goddamn Wi-Fi on it. Not like bloody
Well, like
yeah.
in between stations?
Yes! They do!
Damn.
Yes, they do!
Damn.
It's like they're living in the future over there. Honestly,
Damn.
you don't know what it's like in London. You know what it's like in London. Like we got this literally the London Underground is Victorian. They made it in Victorian times, apart from like the most newest like lines and parts, like
the Victoria line.
Like a lot of it was made in
Elizabeth line.
it was made like straight up like over 150 years ago. They made this thing. It's
Yeah. Bakerloo line definitely still has that look.
I love
Especially-
how it looks. I love
Yeah,
how the
same.
old
Especially
lines look.
closer to Elephant and Castle. It feels
Do you know what I love?
super
Diego?
old.
You know they have like old abandoned stations that they don't use anymore. That like are there, that are still there. And I've always wanted to go on one of those tours. I'm not sure if they still do them now. The tours where you can go and see the old abandoned stations that I don't use anymore. Because there used to be a station in between like Covent Garden and some of it. Like there was a station on the Strand. There was like a station on the Strand. Did you know that?
Wow.
It's just called Strand. There's a station right there.
I had no idea.
Yes, there was.
You can get Wi-Fi on planes. Yeah. That's normal. At least here.
Do you think, Mousy, that you will be able to remote play your goddamn games on a plane on Wi-Fi? You think that's going to work out? You're going to remote play your games on your Wi-Fi on the plane?
Let's see. Some flights they fly, or at least between England and France, they fly low enough for you to be able to use your data the whole flight.
Right, but that's not the problem. The problem is the distance from your console.
I don't think the distance from your console really matters. I think your
think it
internet
does.
connection does. I think it's just your internet connection.
And the distance.
Really?
Okay, Mousy says she's done it.
But like your PlayStation?
But did you remote play or was you using like xCloud or whatever? Because that's different. I bet it was xCloud. That's different because they've got data centers all over the place. Why are you
Yeah,
giggling?
data centers on the plane.
They have them under the sea. They put them under the sea. They're
Yeah,
under the
see
sea.
what Kike said. That's what I was saying.
It's the Wi-Fi connection. Distance only matters for local, like the Wii U. Okay, but you know those light rate they still have to travel. They have to travel.
Oh yeah, but I mean the travel isn't that different.
The stuff gets in the way. Yes,
Yeah,
it
but
is,
it's not that
because
much
it's fun.
different.
Listen. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's not that much different. Is what we're saying.
There you go. The distance makes a difference. It does.
Not with the Wi-Fi.
Yes, it does.
Maybe if you have standard Sky internet.
Who has that? Mouse.
So many people have Sky internet. It's so depressing.
Yeah. Mouse. I've got Virgin. I need to get off of Virgin Media. They're overcharging me.
Yeah, I got off Virgin.
Yeah,
I'm on Community Fiber.
That's the one I'm trying to get on. I need to get onto that.
Yes!
I just haven't gotten. I should have since last year. I should have changed over. I just haven't
You've
got
got
around
to do
to
it. Ace. You just have to keep telling them, like, I want to leave, I want to leave, I want to leave. Like, it literally took me 47 minutes from when I called them to when the person on the line was like, okay, fine, we'll let you cancel.
God damn.
47 minutes.
Yeah, I need to do it. It's just one of those things that I just God. So I remember when I dealt with it last time and I was chatting. What was I even on before? I used to be on Talk a long time ago.
Ooh.
Yeah, years ago now.
Good lord.
Not recently, Jago.
Yeah, I know.
Mousy
Talk
says,
was even worse.
I know it was. That's why I got off it. Mousy, your console's internet connection with Xbox. I've done both, but my console was hardwired to the LAN line. And how was it, Palsy? Was you playing a normal game, or was you just copying out and playing the turn-based game? Kika.
On Xbox, there's no.
They got Persona now. Did you not hear? Kika.
Persona isn't written on Xbox.
It's what?
Microsoft was just marketing the Switch game. Yeah.
Yeah. If it's a real high-speed internet, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't. J2 Boo, laugh my ass off. Okay. Alright. So, yeah, I don't know if I've got much else to say about this project here. I'm very curious about when it comes out, the reviews and what people think of it and so on.
I think the Project
I personally
Q,
won't get it. Sorry,
I
go
think
ahead.
the Project Q will I think it will perform as Sony expects. I don't think they're expecting millions and millions of sales
You
over the
sure?
years. Yep, I think by the time the PlayStation 6 releases, there will be a total of 1 million units sold.
Okay, but
Total.
they've made this. They're mass producing this thing, so you think they only expect to sell around 1 million of them?
Yeah, like come on, Sony. There's no way Sony's going to be releasing this as a PS5 accessory, one with such specific use cases, and they would expect millions and millions and millions of units sold.
I feel like they'd expect more than 1 million.
Nah, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. That would be, in my opinion, that would be like Square Enix tier of expectations.
Yeah, but
Completely ridiculous.
how many PlayStation
Especially
5s
with the
are
price
there?
point. Especially
Yeah,
with
but
the price
okay, we
point.
don't know the price yet.
Listen, I just
I
going off their other
think it's going to be
accessories.
expensive. Yeah, go and buy the other things. It's going to be expensive. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. Go and buy the other things. It's going to be expensive.
It's going to be very expensive.
So,
I have no faith in them, especially here.
but how many PlayStation 5s are there? This is what I'm saying. Like, how many PlayStation 5s are there?
I believe the last time they said it was 38 million or something like that.
Okay, so by the time this thing comes out, it's going to be more than like 40 million or something, right? So
Probably closer to 50.
So for that matter, yeah, if they meet their goals, their projections. So
If this is to come out in November, yeah.
So, assuming this, the number of PlayStations is somewhere between 40 and 50 million when this thing comes to market, what percentage? I mean, what you're saying is less. You're saying this is not even going to be like 10% of people that would buy this.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay, all right. I don't know. I thought it might be. I didn't. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's gonna be like a giant seller, but I thought it was gonna be more than that.
Nah, I don't think it's. I don't think. I don't have much expectations for this. I don't think it's gonna be like. Let's see. I just don't think it's gonna sell well. Like when I say sell well, I mean like lots.
You mean more than
And
1
lots.
million?
Yeah, no, like by the end of the generation, there's no way. Well, in my opinion, I can't see it selling that much.
Okay, all right.
And I think Sony's expectations are in line with that.
Was that Xbox fans when they had tone based? Why did you put that in there?
Oh, because you said you asked Mousy if she copped out playing a turn-based game when she was playing, and I was like, on Xbox. Never.
Mousy says, "Well, I don't play normal game." What's the definition of a normal game, Mousy?
She plays
COD?
Katamari Damacy.
Katamari? Isn't that a normal game? Well, I guess it's
No.
not really. I tried to play that once, so good lord.
I played it when it was free on Switch for a week. It was really fun.
I don't know, man. The controls are just like, I'm like, oh no, man, these
Yeah, the
controls.
controls are weird, but it was still really fun.
No, I just couldn't get used to those PS2 controls. It's just like
Oh, you played it back then.
What do you mean? No. I played it now. It still has PS2. You know what I'm saying? It still has PS2 tank controls. I couldn't get used to it. You think it plays like a regular modern game? It doesn't.
Gears Tactics is turn-based.
Did you play Gears Tactics? Is that what you was playing, Mousy? Just be honest and say what you was playing. Do you know what it was? I was about to say you can play as you playing some of those. I get sick playing Katamari.
It's a shame.
It's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
The music's good though.
Yeah, really, really good. I also think it's like the perfect kind of ridiculous, you know?
Why don't they make a new one of those games? I know they've got like a remaster, another remaster coming out. Mousy be playing those visual novels, that's what it is.
Mid.
Mousy doesn't want to admit it. I know what it is, Mousy.
On Xbox? Hell no.
Not on Xbox. She must be playing them on her phone. Mousy be playing those visual novels on her phone. That's what it is. Because she said not just Xbox remote play. She said she was doing something else as well. I've done both.
Oh yeah.
I know, Mousy. I know it's that. Don't try it.
Spiritfarer.
I played several games, but I think it's Spiritfarer. That's like a slow-paced game. That's not. See, I knew it. She said she plays them.
What kind of visual novels though?
Well, I mean a certain kind. I mean like.
Or like reverse harems?
Like reverse harems. Look, Mousy be playing those reverse harems, those Otome games, the reverse Neko Power games. That's what she be playing.
Whoa! Reverse Neko. What?
Yeah, what? So it's Cat Boys. So it's Cat Boys. She be playing the ones with the Cat Boys.
It was all Spiritfarer.
She said yes. Look, I told you.
Cat Boys.
Cat Boys. Of course, it's Cat Boys. There you go. You just don't know anything.
I think this is awesome.
So that's why they added Bunny Boys into Final Fantasy 14, by the way.
They added Bunny Boys because people were complaining that there's only girls.
They only had girls! Well, obviously!
Well,
Obviously!
I mean, Bunny girls are far superior.
The non-Ari games, well, they are like, they're basically visual novels. I mean like Escape, what's it called? What's that game called? They're visual novels, aren't they? I don't play with Cat Boys. Oh, Mousy be playing with the Cat Girls. She be playing with the Cat Girls. That's all it is. Neko Power.
Mousy been playing Xenoblade. Let's go.
Oh, I play with Foxy Man.
Wait, you play
Foxy
Five Nights at Freddy's?
Foxy Man. Oh, come on. Mousy be playing with the what Foxy Men? Mousy. DM me.
AI games? What?
Mousy, DM me.
Oh, you mean like the
Inuyasha? What's Inuyasha? I thought that was like
that's a manga.
Anime.
It's a very good one. Yes.
Okay, so you mean... Okay, that's AI.Somnium Files or something, isn't it?
That's it.
Does he really dance like that in that game? Or did someone like mods that?
That quote unquote game.
Date. I love my Date. People keep telling me to play this game. That's Inuyasha, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I've been recommended that anime so many
I
times.
love Inuyasha.
I'm gonna watch it. I haven't watched it yet. Date, best dad. Okay, so Foxy. Oh god, you reminded me of this anime that I watched. It was called Oh, it was about this Oh my god, you reminded me of this anime. This anime called it was about this like this spirit in. It was like spirit. It was like spirit in of the it bathhouse of the gods or something. It was called. Yeah, there was this one like fox spirit boy, but he was meant to be like hundreds of years old or something like that. And he could change into like look like an older guy, or he could look like a little baby fox, or he could look like just like a big giant fox, or he could look like a little boy fox, and he kept changing in the show.
Never heard of this.
And they only did one season. It's got. I've been waiting for that goddamn show. One season has got this. What I mean about the cancer show, that was good. It was like kind of this romance where but it was like a kind of like a romance mixed with like a cooking.
When it comes to anime getting second seasons, it's a lot more on Blu-ray sales.
Blu-ray sales.
Yeah, because that's how they make the majority of their money back.
Okay, but there was no like direct to DVD or OVA or anything of it, as far as I know. Listen, I'll pay that AI to stuff. People can pay AI on his files. There's a King Narukami who's going on and on and on at me. He even said, "Oh, I'm gonna buy it for you," and I was like, "Come on, I know you don't need to buy it for me. I'll buy it for myself." He was just so desperate for me to play it, man. I still haven't played. Don't tell him. Don't listen to this King Narukami. Don't listen. He never listens to this show anyway.
I can't. I just don't see the appeal in visual novels.
Well, a lot of people don't see the appeal in Xenoblade, Jago. It's what it is.
That's because people are very, very stupid. Like, extremely.
You see this? You see this? What he's saying?
Extremely, yeah.
He's saying
extremely.
People that like Xenoblade are stupid. Jago, no.
Well, yeah. If you don't like Xenoblade, you're literally an idiot.
Okay, like 99.99999999999999999 people on the planet do not like Xenoblade.
And that just means 99.9999999999999% of people are idiots.
Okay, alright. Xenoblade is peak. Is it, J2?
Yeah.
This is what I was hearing. I feel like this is grossly exaggerated.
No.
I feel like the appeal of Xenoblade is grossly exaggerated.
Your feelings are wrong. It's that simple.
Is it? That's my impression. We'll have to wait and see when I play. I don't know. I would play anything if we come on this goddamn show doing this goddamn show. Mousy said it's past my bedtime. Mousy, you don't know when my bedtime is. You don't know. It's only 10 o'clock here. It's not that late.
Cody's bedtime, 3 a.m.
It's the bedtime isn't the problem. Oh no shit. I'm gonna swallow.
Mousy, that's okay because the first game's combat is just like brain dead.
I didn't like the first game at all, but I like the second.
The first game's combat is brain dead.
Listen,
it's just far too simple.
I don't want this turning into another Xenoblade stream. I really don't.
Yeah, J2 is right. It's like Final Fantasy 12, but way better.
So it's like Final Fantasy 14 then, which is kind of like that as well.
But better.
In Final Fantasy 14, you kind of like.
Well, you can auto-attack in
It's
that.
like you can auto-attack, and it's like...
I mean, I guess it depends on your class whether it's advised or not.
It's not like true action. It's not like true action in 14. But I haven't played 12, so... there's a lot of games I haven't played. You'll learn this. So I only got back into gaming like a few years back, so it's just a whole... 20 years worth of games that I missed out on.
You don't have to play them all.
No, but there's some I definitely want to play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why I was so excited when Pixel Remasters were coming.
Yeah, because I haven't played all those games. So I did attempt to play Final Fantasy 1, but that was on the Vita, and that version is like it has no way to get out of the encounters. If you get lost, I gave up.
I don't like the look of so many of the remasters. Like, so many of them, they're just so ugly. So that's why I was really glad that Pixel Remasters were announced, and they looked really good as well. I still, when it comes to the sprite work for the original, or for the first Final Fantasy, I think I still prefer like the NES sprites for the characters.
Yeah, they don't look. The ones they have now don't look anything like the NES ones. Joe doesn't like old ass ports like Kirby. I didn't say I didn't. When did I say I didn't like Kirby? This is narrative going on that I don't like Kirby. I've never said that.
No. It's probably not that you don't like Kirby. It's probably that you don't like old ass Wii ports like Kirby.
I didn't know. I've never said I don't like old ass Wii ports. I just said that. First of all, it is an old ass Wii port. I'm glad you've acknowledged it. No, you just acknowledged it. No, this is recorded. You just acknowledged it just then. You just said it's old ass Wii port. Like Kirby, you just said that like Kirby. You just said it just then. You just said it. No, that wasn't in quotation mark. You said that deadpan. You said dead serious, dead ass. You just said it's old ass Wii port like Kirby. I got it. I got it.
Exactly.
I got you. No, I got the receipts. This is being recorded on YouTube. I got the receipts.
Yes,
don't even try it, Jago. Don't even try it. I have it.
Roche understands.
Jago, what do you mean Jago quoted me? Jago was not quoting me. No. How is that a quote? Jago was acknowledging.
It is a quote.
No, you were acknowledging what I was saying. You were acknowledging what I was saying. No, you were saying it as though that's just what it's called.
No, it's not. It's called Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe.
I have got
and it's a remaster
on recording saying it. Alright?
No.
I don't understand how you can be. Listen, I'm done. I'm done with this. So all they did was add one goddamn Magnum whatever it's called. And then it's
one? Why you took one?
One goddamn level!
Insane?
One goddamn level! And then it's acting like a whole goddamn new game!
Are you insane? They changed the art style of the game completely.
All they did was upres it! Jago.
No, they did not! You can look at the Wii game right now.
Listen, I'm not looking that up right now.
Oh, because you know you are completely wrong.
No, because the stream is finishing. That's why.
You can still look it.
No, I'm not looking. No, the stream's ending. I've got time.
They completely changed the art style.
Look, right? I've seen it, and they upraised it.
No, you haven't seen it. If
I have seen it.
You have not seen it. If that's what you think.
I've seen it. They did that. What do you mean they changed the art style? How's the art style different?
Kirby looks completely different.
So
King Dedede is.
So he's not pink then.
Different.
So he's not pink. He's like the Game Boy one. He was white. He's white now.
No, he's black.
So Kirby changed color.
Yeah, he went from white, or he went from grayscale to pink to black, and now he's just like
pink,
transparent.
Kirby was changed on design and also add more stuff. Yeah, if you see old Kirby, he was like fatter. Even though it doesn't seem like he could be fatter, but he was.
Yep.
He was fatter. Right, let's look at these comments before we go. I think everyone's left now. This always happens. What have you been doing in here to make this bot go after you like this?
You said that it's better to see the winners than to see the winners when you lose than to not see the winners when you lose, and I think that's crazy talk.
I don't know.
And Deck Meme Center agrees with me.
Hang on, how do I see the deleted message? It's not letting me do it.
No, it was just me saying I already saw them win. I don't need to see. I don't need you to rub it in my face.
Why would I want to see the women's if I lost? Why did that have to be written in caps though?
Because it's imperative.
Streambot got Jago. Yeah, but it's whatever.
There, J2 Blue just showed you.
Showed me what? Dude, it looks the same.
Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe versus Kirby's Adventure Wii.
It's just uprest.
It is not. You cannot look at it and say, it's just uprest.
Okay, they added a few extra foliages.
That's not it.
They added extra foliage, Jago.
That's not
I can see that extra foliage in it.
And I'm saying that's not it. There's a lot more to that.
Yeah, the extra foliage. It's like little extra
There's a
green
lot more
plants.
than that.
Such as?
Look at Kirby.
He looks the same.
Kirby does not look the same.
He's got. We can't even see it. This is not a particularly good screenshot.
Yeah, I know. But, I mean, you can still tell there. You can still tell there. Kirby
His
does not
hat,
look the same.
his hat has an outline on it on the Switch one.
It's not just his hat, but I mean that's not the complete difference. They changed the art
Jago,
style.
that's all I can see in this picture, right? So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. No! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Is that true? Is that true? Insider Gaming leaked the whole thing in the first place. Oh my god, is that true? Okay. So Insider Gaming,
I think
claims that Project Q's battery life is 3 to 4 hours.
I think PlayStation have just fumbled yet again.
Release mid to the. What did I say? Release mid. Hang on, let me.
If that's true, PlayStation have just.
How can it
fumbled
be
yet
3 to
again.
4 hours? Oh, release
Like,
is mid to late November 2023.
That's the 1080p display.
No.
I'm calling it. It's because the display's 1080p. That's
Oh,
it. That
God,
that
it
just
is
has to be it.
that.
Yeah, that just has to be it. There's no way. Oh, or to keep it well.
Well, the DualSense uses up a lot of battery anyway. The battery
Yeah,
life
that's true.
isn't crazy.
That's true.
So
The
if it has the
DualSense has a
same...
tiny battery.
Right.
This has the power of screen.
Yeah.
A 1080p display. I think it's the 1080p display.
My DualSense Edge has roughly the same battery life, so it's not a deal breaker for me. This is the Steam Deck's battery life.
My Switch has better battery life.
So it probably is that.
My Switch has better battery life.
That doesn't seem great.
It's
So
not.
is there a link to the Insider Gaming article that says this? Oh, here.
Reset error.
Yeah, I just want to see the original article. So
Link
this is
to
Tom
article.
Henderson. PlayStation's
Oh.
Project Q battery life might shock you. I like the screenshot that they have.
I am definitely shocked.
After taking to my first to YouTube my first his first video. You made a video.
Well over a year.
To talk about it. I did do a live
Talk
stream
about it.
Hang on, shush.
yesterday talking about the showcase, but now that I've had a little bit more time to actually collect my thoughts and write a few things down, I wanted to make this video get a little bit speculative as to why
No,
the
it's
showcase
British.
was the way it was.
Anyway, in well over a year to talk about recent PlayStation showcase, I mentioned the few small. It's not even until I'm tired. A few small details on Project Q and its battery life. If you're unaware, Insider Gaming exclusively reported in early April details on the new handheld, in which came all the details to what? In which came all the details came to fruition. In which came all the details came to fruition. That is a very strange sentence. Well, one detail that was left off from the report was that the handheld's battery life. Prepare yourselves because Insider Gaming understands that Project Q battery life will be around 3 to 4 hours. Yep, you read that right. The Project Q is on brand with the DualSense having a short battery life. I actually believe it.
I'm gonna.
This is believable.
It is believable, but I'm going to, out of everything I've said this stream, in which I have no faith in Sony, there's no way. It can't be real. This can't be real. There's
Think
no
about
way.
it, right? So it's from what we know, it's a 1080p screen.
Yep.
The handles look exactly like the DualSense, so it probably has a similar the haptics and all that stuff.
I assume it should have all the features. Otherwise,
all the features. And if you look at the side, there's like these completely unnecessary lights along the side. On
the LED.
So those lights are on the controller. It will there could be different colours to indicate like different what player you are, but why do you need that on just this device? So that seems wasteful. That's wasting battery.
There's no way. 3 to 4 hours, bro.
The thing is, like, at this point, Tom Henderson has been very reliable about this. I don't think Tom Henderson was the only person that released this. I don't see anywhere else. It doesn't come from any. That's why people are like, really? We need collaboration on this, because no one else at the time, no one else was like knew what this was or had heard of it.
I think this is crazy. 3 to 4 hours. I'm in pure disbelief. There's no way.
So the next part, it says, ultimately though, I think the success of Project Q could depend on its price. A $200 or less price tag could see the accessory sell in strong numbers, but PlayStation has been notorious for having high price tags on its products. Yeah, whatever the case, we'll hear about Project Q soon. I think so. Sony stuff, I mean, just in general, not even just the gaming side, so just Sony products in general are a little bit pricey. They always have been. True. I remember when I don't know if you remember, oh god, you're probably too young. They used to have Sony stores all over the country.
No, I didn't know that.
Oh my god. Jago's so young, he doesn't remember the Sony stores.
Yeah, no.
They had literally had Sony back in the day. Sony was like Apple is now, like in terms of like how the hardware products were seen, and they had stores all over the place.
I don't find that hard to believe. You know, British people love Sony.
Yeah, but it wasn't just here. It was like all over the world.
Oh yeah, I know. It's just British people love Sony, so it's not hard to believe.
PlayStation Bliss is the swing is DOA if true. The Wii U has more battery life. Both stage the battery could be more of the same. Maybe the battery of it could be the same one as the DualSense Edge.
The DualSense Edge has a smaller battery than the DualSense, doesn't it?
I have no idea. The only thing is right.
I can't.
And
go on.
The only thing is right. One thing I'll say is that this. Look at their little mock-up they did. It looks exactly like that. Well, maybe this one's a bit better. It hasn't got that weirdo bit down the side. So my thing is that like, you know, this DualSense. This Project Q. There's the whole back part of it. There's a whole back part, right? And then there's the actual tablet itself. Could there not just be a big old battery in there?
That's what I'm thinking. Like, if Samsung can squeeze a 5,000 milliamp hour battery into its phones that have a smaller display, I'm sure Sony could. Like, do batteries really cost that much? I can't imagine they cost so much that it would increase the price exponentially, right?
But you know, when you buy like just a normal cheap tablet, right? They wouldn't normally have a decent battery life on them, just a normal cheap tablet, and they will be like this size. You can get ones like this size, that's in between this device, and like they can fit, and they're like fairly thin, and they can fit like a decent battery in it. So then why? It's not like it's a DualSense like a controller where the battery's only going to be like in one part. Like this has this whole great big real estate to have a big old battery in it, because the screen is just a power screen. If there's not like a there'll be something in it, but we don't know.
Yeah, there'll be the display, the PCB, the board to have the Wi-Fi adapter, any sort of chip to like power thingy. Maybe a special chip to have it connect, or have it like give it like priority to connect to your PlayStation, or something. I don't know. It's just 4 hours.
Mouse is gone.
I'm in disbelief. Utter disbelief. There's no way.
Yeah. So. I believe it just because Tom Henderson's been right on all the rest of it. So,
I hope he's wrong.
I mean,
because I wouldn't mind asking for this like a Christmas present.
Yeah, so apparently it might be like the prototype has that, because it talks about here about if the retail version of the so he's probably heard this about the prototype.
But hopefully it's just that, and Sony puts a real big battery in there so that it doesn't, die.
The problem is that if I oh no, Mousy is here. Not oh no that you're here, but I'm like, oh, you're gonna tell me off. I'm gonna end this show in just a sec. If I was like just an ordinary person and I saw this thing in like just a shop on a retail store, I would think it was like, oh, it's a new like PSP or something. It'd be hard not to think that. So they have to be very clear with what it says on the box of what it is and what it does, because it looks like a handheld gaming device, like a proper, like native.
Yeah.
If I was a consumer,
like a really bad one.
Can the average consumer distinguish between, at least when you buy that the Logitech one, or what was that one that just came out? Was it Logitech? At least when you buy that one, is what?
The G Cloud.
When you buy the G Cloud, it has Android on it. So even if you were like dumb enough to buy something that expensive, thinking it was just like a, regular thing, at least it's got games and you can do things on there. But like this one, we're thinking it's not going to come with Android. But anyway, we're way past bedtime, so. Mario DK says Jim Ryan's PlayStation, everyone, or as I call it, Neo Jim Ryan PlayStation. Ladies and gentlemen, Neo Jim Ryan PlayStation.
3 to 4 hours. Oh my god.
Yeah, I believe it. I think.
It's like my biggest complaint about the DualSense. It's just it has no battery life.
I think that I think that Tom Henderson wouldn't have reported that unless he felt like really confident, like with the other stuff. He was like, "Oh, I'm really."
Let's hope he was told lies.
Well, I'm thinking he's been told that about the prototype and not like the final retail product, because they wouldn't have made it yet. So it could be like what they have and the information he has on the prototype is that that's the battery life. But what he said that the retail, it doesn't necessarily mean the retail version is going to be that. See what I mean? Because they can't have made them yet if it's not coming out till November.
Yeah.
So the dream is over. Kika. Okay, so I'd like to thank everybody who came out to the stream today. There's another. Oh, what the hell? I said I was going to do a 3-hour stream. It's 4 hours 15 already. Oh my god. This is Jago's fault. Thank you for everyone who came out today. Vinnie Mac, Dank Moon Center, Mario DK, Timor was here, Mousy was here. Let's see, Needless Dragon was here. Dali was here. Who else? Everybody who types anyway. And Jago was here. Kike was here. Actually, Kike, was you here the whole time or did you just appear now?
He was here.
Was it? Roche. And yeah, I don't know why we keep talking.
J2 Blue? Did you say J2 Blue?
I didn't. J2 Blue. And I'd like to have just at least one stream without talking about this goddamn Kirby port. But in the last 5-hour streams, I know. Mario DK, it didn't go for 5 hours because you wasn't here. That's why. If you was here, it would have gone for 5 hours. Roche, why are you saying it's a remaster now? Why are you now suddenly on the remaster side? Why is that happening?
Suddenly?
Why is that suddenly happening? No, Roche, you didn't used to say that before.
It's a remaster.
I'm not getting into this again. I'm not getting into this. I don't care. It's from the Wii. Goddamn. Oh Oh, that's weekend.
Damn, Roche. That's the type of attitude I like to see.
I would
Hell
even say
yeah.
it's a remaster and add
Hell
more stuff.
yeah.
They added. I'm getting like extreme deja vu right now. So we've had this exact same conversation. This exact same thing where you're talking about remaster, you added more stuff, and I said there's a remaster, added more stuff. Yes, I know they added more stuff. It's one goddamn Magnum level. And then there's a whole, like, acting like it's a whole ass new game. It's not.
You are insane if you think it's one level.
It's one level.
If you think it's one level, you're completely insane.
It's one goddamn level.
It's like the entire length of Kirby's Adventure in the game.
So it's one long level then?
One long level? No. It's many levels.
That's one level. You see what
There's
you see
a lot of levels.
One level.
Yeah, they made they
Jago, I'm not
turned it into some sort of like RPG thing.
Roche, I am not qualified to answer that question. Roche says, okay, question, are we one but for GameCube, is it a remaster or remake? I don't even know what that game looks like or how they made it or what. I'm not qualified to answer that question. I'm sure other people can. I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Do you know, Jago?
No, I haven't seen RE1. I mean, at least not on GameCube, just on PlayStation.
I don't know what the GameCube version even looks like, Roche. Roche, you probably know. If you're answering that question, you probably already know. Okay, thanks everyone. Catch you on next stream. Bye bye.
That's a remaster.
That's what the Xenoblade.
Yeah.
I'm ending the stream. Stop it.